Papirrines y pantuflitas. Vamos, no, vamos a hacer una canción en este momento. Es muy temprano, apenas es lunes. Lunes, muy feliz inicio de semana para todos ustedes. Espero que hayan tenido un excelente fin de semana y estén listos para reventar esta semana. Yo no, yo absolutamente no. El día de hoy empiezo no sé cómo se dice fasting, ayuno de 5 días. Entonces no puedo comer nada hasta el viernes, básicamente. Y el viernes tengo que llevármela tranquila para volver a empezar a comer. Entonces, puede que esta semana, más allá de estos en vivos de trading, no me vean para nada, simplemente para poder estar tranquilo sin tener que sentir presión de nada. Y honestamente, ¿por qué hago lo que me da la puta gana? Y no dependo del, ay, ¿cuánto dinero voy a hacer de mis videitos de YouTube? Entonces, creo que me la voy a saltar esta semana. Ahora, si me siento muy bien todos los días, pues normal, pero algo a cierto punto me tiene que pegar. Yo creo que mañana es cuando me va a pegar, porque puedo aguantar sin problema un día sin comer. Nunca he intentado esto, entonces he hecho 3 días antes y lo hice hace casi 20 años, cabrón. Y estuvo de la chingada, pero en ese entonces comía de la verga. Entonces, esta vez puede que sea mejor. Vamos a ver. Pero en fin, bienvenidos al casino El Tío Salo. En este momento vamos ahorita a darle a las tablas, por supuesto, con Alex y con Farm. Vamos a checar esa tabla de Bitcoin, vamos a checar el SP500 llegando a mi objetivo. Interesantes movimientos, honestamente. Justamente el viernes platicamos de que 116, 200 iba a ser mi siguiente entrada en Bitcoin y pues, güey, llegamos en putiza loca. Ahora, hay muchas noticias muy estúpidas que siguen siendo lo mismo, que todo el mundo está dando vueltas con lo mismo. Voy a intentar ahorrarme todo eso y solamente quiero hablar de todo el cash que hay en el sidelines. Güey, hay demasiado cash a punto de entrar al mercado. ¿Han escuchado eso? ¿Han escuchado eso? Ahora, ¿por qué habría tanto cash a punto de entrar al mercado? Mucha gente se preguntaría, güey, es que van a venir oportunidades y lo van a hacer. ¿Qué es lo que quieren decirte más bien? ¿No? Con esto. Y ahora les voy a dar todo lo que puede pasar, si está bien o si está mal, ¿va? Lo que están haciendo en este momento es presentándole a todos ustedes la idea de que hay mucho cash sentado fuera del mercado, sea inmobiliario, sea de los coches, sea de las acciones. Y lo que está haciendo ese cash es esperando entrar una vez que todo baje. Entonces, lo que va a ocurrir es que inmediatamente todo se va a disparar para arriba. Ese es lo que les están contando a todos ustedes. Eso es lo que yo he estado viendo en X. Mucha gente me ha preguntado y lo voy a repetir una vez más. No que no ves las noticias, no veo las noticias. Veo todas las estupideces en las que la gente está corriendo en círculos en X. Y ahí agarro mis temas porque esos son los temas más importantes que hay. ¿Me entienden? Entonces no veo la noticia. Lo único que veo es en qué está la gente corriendo en círculos como loca, qué señales les están dando y cómo reacciona la gente. Que normalmente, y no me pregunten por qué, eso es lo que entiendo que me hace bueno en marketing. Sé cómo la gente va a reaccionar a qué y cómo a hacer que la gente ¿cómo se dice? Se apegue a algo, no le guste algo, etcétera. Eso lo entiendo muy bien. Entonces, uso un poco de todo eso, honestamente, muchísimo de eso para poder analizar esto. Ahora, lo que le están intentando vender a la gente es la idea de que los precios, por más que vayan a bajar, no va a ser tanto antes de que todo este dinero entre al mercado y va a volver a subir todo. Sobre todo lo están haciendo en bienes raíces, donde le están diciendo a todo el mundo, güey, ¿crees que las casas van a bajar? Ve todo el cash que hay, que hay aquí, güey, afuera del juego. Entonces, ahorita va a entrar al juego y va a subir todo. Ok, tal cual como iba a subir todo con los aranceles de Trump, tal cual como iban a subir los precios. Por cierto, los descuentos en los coches, es que no hay semana que no pase donde los descuentos estén abruptamente cayendo, bueno, subiendo todavía más y más y más, con los precios bajando. Pero venía la inflación. Ahora, hasta ahorita, ¿cuántos de ustedes se han dado la vuelta a agradecer al Paco que les está contando todas las cosas que ustedes ven diario, sea en las noticias o sea quien sea, que les prometió que venía la inflación? ¿Cuántos ya de ustedes le agradecieron por ese gran tip que te dio? Y ahorita en este momento, lo que están intentando hacer es decirle a toda la gente, los precios de nada van a bajar. Eso es lo que están intentando hacer, diciendo, güey, aunque los precios bajen, ve todo el dinero que hay en los sidelines. Esto es literalmente lo mismo que hemos estado platicando. Y ahora, como siempre, no les vengo a decir que yo estoy bien o que estoy mal, etcétera. Para nada. Les vengo a dar las ideas para que ustedes puedan tomar acciones. Si ustedes de verdad creen en esto, creen de verdad en que los mercados se están moviendo porque es el deal de Trump haciendo un trato con China o con Canadá o con México o con quien sea, y ustedes creen que eso está moviendo el mercado, creen que la inflación va a venir ya está aquí, continúa todavía subiendo con todos los descuentos en la tele que tienes que seguir ignorando y todo lo que existe en descuentos en todas las tiendas tienes que seguir ignorando, pues porque es lo que te dice la televisión. Si crees que eso está ocurriendo, la inflación va para arriba, que hay mucho dinero ¿cómo se dice? A punto de entrar al mercado, güey, ¿para qué te esperas? Mejor compra tu Bitcoin de una vez, compra tu SP 500 de una vez, compra tus acciones de Tesla de una vez, porque también ya resolvieron todo lo que es automatización. Entonces, aparentemente todo esto ya va para arriba. Es lo único que tienes que saber, honestamente. Si crees en eso en tu corazoncito, lo único que tienes que hacer es comprar la bolsa. Tienes que invertir en bienes raíces ahorita antes de que suban de precio otra vez. Tienes que comprar coches una vez más antes de que suban de precio otra vez. No sé cómo vergas, pero básicamente esa es la jugada. Corto en bonos. Los bonos van a obviamente a caer, desplomarse, los intereses van a bajar y por ende la inflación va a subir, por supuesto. El dólar se va a ir a cero. Todo eso es lo que va acompañado de ese punto de vista. Y del otro punto de vista donde tienes deflación, que es el mío, el de los tontos, el punto de vista de los tontos, el de los que no sabemos nada, tenemos que verlo de la siguiente forma. Hay una noticia que se volvió muy viral esta semana y eso fue de que Porsche básicamente perdió 95% de sus márgenes, ¿no? Que eso quiere decir que dentro de sus ganancias hizo 95% de dinero menos o algo así. Es una cantidad brutal. Y es la primera vez en la historia que le pasa. Ferrari está en la misma situación. Eh, y todos los que hacen coches están en esta situación. ¿Por qué es importante esto? Güey, porque esto es lo que les he estado contando que mínimo yo estoy esperando. Todas las empresas van a tener este problema. Todas, 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 todas. Sea en este cuarto, en el que sigue o el primero del próximo. Y para mí fue el último de este año y el primero del que sigue. Y acá cuando lleguen todos esos resultados malos, no hay dónde esconder la bolsa, ¿me entiendes? Lo que están haciendo es un gran trabajo en decirle a todo el mundo algo que no está pasando, algo que no va a pasar y haciendo que todo el mundo lo crea, que es todo esto está repitiéndose como en el 2020, 2021 y no hay nada en común con eso. Entonces, si eres del lado de, güey, estoy viendo los precios bajar, estoy viendo que Bitcoin tuvo esa caída, estoy viendo que el SP 500 ya llegó al punto del movimiento medido de acuerdo a la bajada de los aranceles. Si estoy viendo todo eso y tengo a la Reserva Federal que va a salir a platicar esta semana con ustedes, cabrones. Y la Reserva Federal saliendo a platicar con ustedes, adivinen qué significa. Si estamos viendo todo ahorita pompear para la Junta, normalmente, y si te quieres volver bueno en trading, no entras. Uno de los mejores consejos que me costó mucho tiempo aprender fue, no te metes cuando el precio está de lado, te metes después de que hace o un putazo para arriba o un putazo para abajo y apuestas en contra de. Es la manera más fácil de hacer dinero en trading, ¿ok? Y si la Reserva Federal ahorita va a bajar tipos y todo el mundo está muy contento y muy alcista y tuviste el movimiento antes, todo el mundo te está diciendo que esta va a ser lo que vas a leer entre mañana y pasado. ¿Qué estará escondiendo la Reserva Federal que está haciendo que las bolsas suban? Entonces todos van a hacerlos creer que hay insider information, que hay información de los insiders, que básicamente va a hacer que todo continúe subiendo. Y eso es más bajista que alcista. Ahora, ese es mi sistema. Igual y no funciona para todos, no funciona para todo, pero simplemente quiero que lo sepan. Esta narrativa de que, pues, güey, se viene con absolutamente todo, la continuación de inflación, la gente que tiene dinero en en los sidelines, todo esto, lo único que tienes que hacer para poder pegarle, si te gusta esta versión de, ¿cómo se dice? Si te gusta esta versión de la realidad, lo único que tienes que hacer es invertir en la bolsa de una vez para que no se te vaya el cohete, está a punto de explotar a la alza. Compra todo el Bitcoin que puedas. Has visto, Bitcoin está infravalorado con el oro. Eso es lo que les dice, perdón, que me ría. Bitcoin debería llegar a $250,000 este año. El dólar se va a cero, el oro y pues los BRICS ganaron. Entonces, apuesta a la bolsa para protegerte de todo eso. Del otro lado, lo único que tienes que esperar es en cash. Si estás de mi lado, del lado de deflación, donde ahora nuestro cash compra más coches, compra más casas, compra más muebles, compra más cosas en cualquier tienda, es eso más o menos lo que estamos esperando. Pero, de nuevo, no dejes ni tomes opinión de lo que yo estoy haciendo. Aquí está para que puedas jugar las dos. Entonces, ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos a ver Bitcoin en este momento. Los quiero invitar a los que no han caído. Si quieren venir a nuestro Discord de Elite Trading Academy, están más que invitados, mis estimados. Aquí lo tienen. Déjame comparto la pantalla con estos amigos. Aquí está. Vale. Ahí estamos. Es lunes, cabrones. Denme tantito tiempo para acomodarme en este pedo. Tenemos nuestro Discord por acá, bastante sencillo, bastante fácil de entender por acá. No sé qué mierda sea esto, pero aquí abajo tienen ETA Channel Alerts, no sé por qué lo dije así. Esta es una alerta que puso el gran Farhan a las 11:23 antes del zampompazo que se dio acá. El precio estaba en $111,000 y pues quien la haya agarrado en la noche, no creo que muchos la hayan agarrado honestamente, pero ahí la tienen. También tienes todos los análisis de Alex, tienes todos los análisis de Farhan por acá, todos los tips que les mandan, hacen trades y los ponen acá. Te ponemos los enlaces que ahorita te voy a enseñar en nuestro sitio. Tienes nuestros enlaces acá en Partners para que no te vean la cara y te hagan picarle algo que te vacíe la cartera. Y pues es todo lo que tienes. También tienes todo lo que es criptolingo para las abreviaciones de cosas que tal vez entiendas o no. Pero si todavía no hablas el lenguaje de los traders, cállale a nuestro sitio web y acá pues con el curso de $39. ¿Cuánto cuesta? El curso, $29. El curso de $29 de 1 hora 40 te va a enseñar todo el lingo que vas a aprender acá. No te va a volver el trader de no mames, es de cero a trader. Esto te va a hacer entender. Y mientras más veas esto, vas a poder entender y comprender lo que estamos hablando y eso te va a permitir crear tu propio sistema para poder volverte mejor. Tienes acá también todo lo que es si quieres aprender a tradear y quieres tradear en futuros, como nosotros que hacemos cortos, largos, etcétera, en Bitcoin o hasta en acciones, les recomiendo ver este video de cómo tradear en Bitunix. Abajo teníamos el de Bluffing. 11 minutos te enseña cómo abrir una cuenta, cómo mandar dinero a tu cuenta, cómo dentro de tu cuenta mandar dinero a futuros, de futuros para cómo sacarlo, cómo abrir un long, cómo abrir un corto, cómo poner un take profit, cómo poner un stop loss. Puedes apalancarte hasta 125x en Bitunix. Mis amigos ¿cómo se dice? Y ahí tienes el enlace abajo. Nuestros amigos de Bluffing te dejan apalancarte. Estos son simplemente exchanges de criptomonedas. Me caga decir criptomonedas. Exchanges de criptos que están acá. Le picas acá a esto y te lleva directamente para que te registres con nuestro link de afiliados y con eso puedas participar en nuestros concursos de trading y cualquier actividad que estemos dando por acá o giveaways. Y Bluffing, Bluffing te deja apalancarte hasta 150x, donde Bitunix te deja hasta 125. Y también estamos en BTCC, que me falta subirles el video acá, pero hubo un acontecimiento la semana pasada muy importante que tuvimos que esperar. Y BTCC te deja apalancarte hasta 500 veces. Con $1,000 puedes abrir un trade de $500,000. Pero si no sabes lo que estás haciendo, no te lo recomiendo. Así que vamos a empezar esta mañana con el análisis de los Bitcoin. Good morning, boys. Good morning.
Yo, what up, boys?
Morning. How are you?
Monday. It is Monday, right? Doing well.
Yeah, it is Monday.
Wow, we all know that it's Monday. What a fucking start of the week. This is going to be incredible.
Right? We've never started off this strong before.
This is good. By the way, what fucking speed did that Bitcoin have to get to 116?
My theory was behind that long was that we were going to get fast expansion. I posted on the Discord because the 5-day was in order for the hopium to stay alive for the bulls, it needs to close strongly over the 9 EMA. And if it doesn't close strongly over the 9 EMA, then it's likely going to be a rejection, and we're probably just going to nuke from there.
Yeah. So far, so good right now. It's at 114,800. So who wants to share the chart and tell us what's going on? What's going on over here?
Say
that again?
We hit the first TP over the night.
Yeah, it was insane. Like, what a pump.
Wasn't your entry like 111? 111?
Yeah, around 111.
Yep.
Hey, that's nice. The astrology girls like that one. That are in the academy.
And we got a moon for the astrology lovers coming in, I believe, next week.
Yeah, in the Federal Reserve on Wednesday, right? Very important to hear what they're going to do because we don't know.
That's the most important. I mean, for everyone, apparently. Bitcoin. What an interesting thing we've had over the weekend. You know, I do think it's actually funny because on stream last Friday, we talked about the 5-day closing. The 5-day closing really did leave this almost like inverted hammerhead, which for some reason, odd reason, I don't know why, Bitcoin often likes to pump off of these, fills the wick out. And so the idea was as long as you stay under $112,000, Bitcoin will be bearish. The only way for me to really start looking at this more bullish is when we go to the daily and we look at the last major lower high. We really had two zones. You had that 116 to the lower low, to then that 114, and this is where it became a little more tricky. Because you came down, lost the SMA 200, and again, you were getting chopped from the SMA 200. Now what you've had is expansion, daily EMA 9 reclaim. This is important because we were gauging that silver cross. And now what we have almost is a 9 about to cross the 21, but you're still at 116. So you're still at massive resistance. It's actually kind of funny because we actually hit 116,300. I remember last stream as well, Alondra, you're talking about one more move up into that 116.2.
Missed it by 100, so I should go fuck myself. And people should
on the
flip me
index
for 4 years now again, and just keep reminding me every single day that I missed it by 100.
Actually, sir, $162 to be exact.
On bluffing, it hit
Wow.
116.4. So you
This
were
is
right
so
there.
embarrassing, guys. I am so fucking
Just say-
sorry.
Just
Thank
say
God.
you got the wrong
Listen,
exchange.
thank God I'm not the one teaching anyone anything. Thank God it's only you guys, because this is so embarrassing. I'm sorry. I
Hey,
will
in your
never let you
defense,
down again, or
in
I'll
your
try.
defense, you got it on bluffing.
Oh, that's good. Okay, see, just go to an exchange that hits your bias. Perfect.
There you go.
Yeah. No, but that was good. That was a good call. Because I remember when you said that, really, really was looking weak over here to me. Actually, I was gauging a breakdown into the weekend right here, Thursday, Friday here. So I wanted to see this reject, and it just did not. And so that's good. That's why we have our risk set. We understood that you could use 116. The Academy was short, successfully hit TP1. But in this chop zone, really, you had ad zones, and you had also another aggressive stop loss. You could just place that 114. To me, that was good enough instead of 116, basically giving you a free trade on your short if you shorted up here. So we're still at the top side of resistance. We're at 116 now. We've seen big moves down, but the difference here versus here is you are putting bullish structure now. So you have a higher high break, in my opinion. This was the breakout. And we always know often you get retests. Now, for me, where would be a very easy place to retest? Well, simply that $112,000. We've seen $112,000. Well, firstly, you've seen a breakout, you've seen consolidation, you've seen a retest, and then you've seen the nice busting action move. So if you've been here, we are all very familiar with this range. We can respect it well. It plays out well to the upside. It plays out well to the downside. And so there's no reason to overcomplicate Bitcoin. We're still at a major zone. And understanding that the 5-day did close, we got a new 5-day candle. I mean, what was it? When did this close? When did the 5-day close? That's a good question. Was it Saturday?
It was the day that I was at the airport.
When was
Friday?
that? Thursday?
No, Saturday, right?
I don't remember.
I think it was Friday because we had talked about it. On stream we were talking about the 5-day just closed, and
It
we
was
talked
Friday.
about
You're right.
Yeah, so we talked about the fact that 5-day BBWP was literally at the cusp of breaking out in favor of bears. Reason why it was in favor of bears, and it still is technically speaking, because the pivot shifted to 116 when it was sitting at 106. That was bearish, but it told us that really, and we said this on stream, in the next 5 days, you're going to see a move, and bulls have to just green dildo up. They have to run with this inverted hammerhead, fill this wick out, and get to 116. So they've done that, actually. I mean, it's funny because whenever, and we talked about this as well, you've only seen really one time this 5-day BBWP fire to the downside. Each and every other time, it's been to the upside. And so this actually kind of honestly reminds me of the zone here when we went down to, no, not here. Where was it? Here, no? I thought we were going to get another 5-day BBWP set up here when we went to 74,000, but we didn't. And instead, you just got the expansion at 16%, and this was in favor of bulls. So it is interesting because you got the expansion down here. And one thing to note is something Farn mentioned, which was just really playing the 5-day EMA9 was your friend. Now, luckily for us, into today, you're getting a 5-day close. That tells me that this is going to be a big day. You know, you had a lot of this weekend movement over, you had a lot of this green dildo movement over the weekend, which tells you that we have to see this sustain into today. What you do not want to see as a bull is this to sell off and stay under $112,000, because then that'll just start looking dirty to me. And being under that 5-day EMA9 will just be a concern. It's generally just been an easy zone to short if you're trending down. So for this is closing in 10 hours, we know the pivot's at 116. We know that really you've taken out 116. So can we close above that? Really could be a big closure for bulls. Into November, I was expecting $69,000. If you end up flipping that 5-day pivot back in favor of bulls, closing above 116, and it perhaps flips down, so maybe it goes to like 112 and price is still above that, yeah, then you have to really have a legitimate concern that this will fire off in favor of bulls once again, leading to a major move up. Now the weekly as well, you got the close, and it did close above the 9. So this is very important to see if this can hold around this region. Let's check CME's view. CME. Okay, so you are above the 9 at resistance. Nothing on CME, really, honestly. We'll go back to spot, a lot cleaner. So if you're going to be a bullish year and you caught the long where Farn gave it in this region, that's good. I would honestly start de-risking here and simply wait for either a throwback to $112,000 or you get a closure back above $116,000, possibly on this 5-day, giving you a long trigger to $121,000 just to the next zone. This would open up the range. We've seen big moves occur here. But as long as you stay under $116,000, you're now gauging trend, which is up. You're now wanting a higher low. And so that higher low could come anywhere around $112,000. If you wanted to be a little dirty, it could be like here, 34, higher low, and then break out. How you'll know that's going to be a breakout is if you just hold above 116, though. So for me, it's rather just you should de-risk your longs. You should be watching this zone. You should, if this is going to be bullish, you'll form a higher low. You'll stay above the EMA 100. The daily 9 will push up. You will silver cross here eventually, and this will move up. But that still tells you should be gauging some kind of higher low here on the daily, very minimally before a breakout. That just makes sense, and it's conservative. And even more, if you like, okay, well, I'm trading the 5-day. Cool. You reclaim the 5-day 9. The long trigger is holding the 5-day 9. That's sitting right now at 113,300. So very close to that pullback scenario, higher low on the daily, even on the 5-day gives you confluence of that, assuming you stay above $112,000 today. So really big close today. The weekend pushed bulls up. This gave them the upper hand into today, but they got to hold this today. You have to hold specifically above 112,000 today. If you're not going to hold above that, then you have to still be slightly concerned and possibly look for a move back down to the low 109s, maybe just testing this EMA 34 and also that red meme line I have here before it's all said and done. The hopium is you just hold above that 112. There's your shallow pullback. But if you don't hold it, then yeah, you have to really watch this zone. If you lose the 109.3s, yeah, I mean, it just opens back up the $93,000 to $95,000. Monthly 9 held. I think you also had that monthly median there. Where's the monthly median? No. Right here. It's up here. And that's sitting at 120, what, 7,400? Was it the 5-day median? Why did I think the median was there? That's fun. Look at this 2-week. That's fun. These candles are terrible. I mean, look at this one, then this one.
And the craziest part about looking at this is if you were to just hold spot, nothing has really changed.
I mean, even more so, what if you put it on a line chart, which I don't know how to do?
Yeah, right there. Yeah, just going sideways. When it eliminates all the wicks, it just goes sideways. So whenever you get one of these points where you get massive wicks, but it's really going sideways, everyone on crypto Twitter is like, if you would have just held spot and chilled, while they themselves were trading perps.
I'll see him. You look at that. That's funny. Down, up, down, up. You know,
as you can see, that's a bullish consolidating wedge right there.
Exactly.
Yeah, maybe. And that's why, really, honestly, these closings that are coming, the 5-day, weekly, are going to be important because really they're all still pointed down. And technically, isn't the 5-day still down? Didn't you just rally right up to the pivot?
It flipped up on the last close, but
I thought it shifted to 116.
Yeah, but it did flip up though.
Yeah, the pivot flipped up.
The momentum was down below 108, and then it flipped up, but the pivot also went up. So the momentum is pointed up right now.
It is, I see. At 116, right?
Yeah, it remains up as long as it's closing over 116.
See, it's such an interesting
So if we were to close below 116, it would flip back down.
And yeah, and then we just need to see where the pivot shifts to into the next one. So it really, honestly, big 5-day coming up. This will be really, I think, could be the start of something. Really, you need to see bullish just hold this. You do not want to close under this $112,000 region. If you're bullish today, you have 10 hours to go. It's a long time. Really just have to hold this. So let's check the lower time frame, see what's going on here. So the 4 hours just caught within this range, 116, 114. And you're really just gauging the 9 here on the 4 hour. If bullish, this should just hold. You should break out. Nothing really dumb saying that. You've been holding the 4 hour 9 pretty clean, actually, since it got back above here on Friday. So the easy trade has just been off the 4 hour 9. 12 hour estimate 200 reclaim. Let's see if we can expand off of here. And you even see the 9, which is just a long zone on the 12 hour, is moving very close to the 100. It was the last major ejection zone, which is bullish. That's good. You want to see that get supported. And the hourly is trying to reclaim back above the 9. Implications maybe for a move back to that 116, if you can. Right, it makes sense. So you've, on the hourly, been forming your extremity lows off the 21. Off the 21, you get back above the 9. That's where you expanded. So that's what bulls are trying to do now. You break essentially on the hourly this last high. You will go up to that 116. Or then you'll either reject, roll over, or you'll break out and you'll reclaim 116 and you'll get a good 5-day close. So actually, it's very interesting to see where this hourly is going to go to. All right, and we'll go to the 1 minute. No, I'm just kidding. That's a little too degen. And I don't trade the 1 minute.
Not the 1 second?
No. And confluence of that hourly idea, which is just, you have that 3 hour shooting star here. So, you know, if you reclaim the 9, you push up, you're looking for a short, you're looking for this then. Oh, well, you know, bulls are wanting to just get the expansion. Exactly what happened here. Took the last high out, broke out, and so forth. What would really what this would look like is just an hourly reclaim of 116, taking out this hourly high would most likely give you a breakout towards 121,000. Assuming though you get the 5-day, right? This 121 I don't think is going to come just off an hourly setup. This can tell you if you get a good hourly setup and it takes you back above this high, that's just implications for a good 5-day today, which is really what bulls just simply want. They just want a good 5-day close. Again, they don't want this to start selling off, which it can. This can sell off from here. We've seen big moves down and up, so it can. And that's why really looking at the lower time frames today will be your friend. Watch very carefully this zone here, because, well, this is an actionable setup. Confluence, maybe even on the 4-hour. No, 4-hour even looks like it could push up. Confluence on the 2-hour though. Evening star, and then also the 3-hour. So, you have lower time frame weakness, but as I showed, the 4-hour just basically is going to get retested. So watch it very carefully, honestly. 116 though is a big spot today. And I'm actually going to look for this setup here. Because even, right, if we understand, okay, a higher high, we're bullish, you still are trying to catch maybe a higher low on the daily. The higher low potential, let's just measure it. For me, at least, right? Just delete this stuff. So higher low potential is potentially a 2.8% move from 116 here. Could be about a 3% move. So, if you're trading high leverage longs in this region, just be cautious, because even the hourlies, looking slightly weak, could go up, but I'd watch 116 carefully. You reclaimed it, you lost it. This just can give you an easy short. So that's what I have on Bitcoin. All eyes on the 5-day. Need to get back above 112. Hasn't changed. 112 is a big zone. If you can get back above $112,000 and actually hold it, that'll be a really good sign that you potentially in November are going to see a breakout. For me, I'm just watching $121,000. We talked about this, meaning if we just squeezed up, I'm not going to still be super bullish until you get back above $121,000. You did see it reclaim. You've seen it lost. And, for the last week, we did say, well, if 121 does come into play, I will still be looking at that as kind of like the last spot for bears to reject. And actually, Farin, 2 weeks ago, you were the one that brought that up to me, the $121,000 region. It's like, where is he seeing that? Where could that come? But yeah, we've seen this before. We put in massive SFPs. And then you just come in for a massive retest. This is where you start forming bearish structure on the higher time frame. Because the weekly,
a nice cock and balls pattern too, head and shoulders.
Yeah. Now the weekly did shift into a downtrend for me. So at this point, really, you need to just take this high out. If you don't, and you just rally up to here, and then it rolls over, that's not going to be a good sign. And that could just play into this being a massive bull trap going up. But still, we don't know until we know. And that's why the 5-day is going to guide me. You don't need to be predictive. Just play the statistics. If you're going to be bearish, that 5-day needs to just stay down. The pivot needs to stay down, which means that you need to close under 116 today, and you need to see it actually move up. If it even moves up to like 121,000 and you rally up to there, I did say in the bear market on last stream, often you would just rally up to the 5-day pivot. And if you're bearish, you're just going to reject it, stay under it. If you're bullish, you'll get back above it, you'll reclaim it, and you'll see it actually start shifting down. So you've rallied right up to the pivot. You filled out that last 5-day wick. Can bulls now just sustain this? And so far they are. But we'll watch very carefully, because today is a really important day. Friday, Saturday, Sunday's pump really didn't do anything except give bull support to Monday's close. So can they just sustain that today? We won't know until we know. Yeah. So that's what I have. We'll go here. We'll take a little look-ski here. Let's see here. So 5-day put in a hangman. Interesting, right? It's towards like a major move up. So you have to be concerned. You also got follow through. Often these form at like the top or the end of uptrend moves. So you've moved down. You've tested the 5-day 9. This is a good argument on where you could start seeing a bounce. But again, the bounce needs to get back above the 5-day EMA 100. And you are under that currently. Now you're at the 4.69% for the culture, of course, and it did bounce off there. Unfortunately, this low is 4.68%. They should have just kept it at 4.69%. That's okay. But still, it did hit support. Let's observe the support a little more because we've talked about 4.69. Okay, so you're at the daily 34. So again, just you're really pressing that extremity low. And the daily did lose 4.79%, taking you down to the next range, which is 4.69. It's very tight here. She's tight. And so now at this point, you need to see a spring. You need to see this move up and get back above the daily 9. Really, that's just what needs to happen to stay bullish here. Daily 9 reclaims means you need to just take out October 22nd high. Or just get back above 5%. Then this all was just a bad dream, really. 2 days closing as well. Let's look at this. You reclaim, didn't hold the throwback, you broke out. Okay, cool. You moved up, and now you hit the throwback and also the 2-day SMA 200. This 2-day SMA 200 is a big zone. Really, since May, you're just staying under it. And even on this move up, you rejected it. Front ran the rejection even, you can see. So you've green dildoed, you've lost it, and you moved up. You just still more argument on why this could be a spring here. You need to see bulls pick up today, though. It's going to be very important, which tells you that, should I start max longing 116 right now? Probably not. Yeah, probably not a smart thing to do. Rather look for the short zone into that 116. Use today's high as your stop and try to play the higher low. You're not, going against trend here. Hourly did shift potentially into a downtrend, so you have that in your favor. You're just gauging a higher low. Just a higher low. Very easy. But this isn't a promising daily, and you still have 9 hours to go. If this flips red and loses $112,000, we're not so back. Sorry, we're just not going to be. And this will just be, in my opinion, a short squeeze. Took out all the shorts here. And did what it loves to do. Ever so slightly takes it out, like what Alejandro said, and then we can get the move down. So yeah, I'm not fully bullish here yet, and I can quickly be if we get a good 5-day. But I know that if the 5-day, it's all dependent on that, then really you are going to either see bears flex today or bulls just to sustain a good close right here at 112. So if you're not positioned, probably not smart to position here, unless potentially a short if your risk is set. And if you're long and you took Farns long, that was good money. That was good money, honestly. I think what you gave it here, something like there. So I mean, doesn't hurt yourself to pay yourself ever. No one goes broke paying profits. Because the weekly is still in a downtrend for me. So that's where that bull trap scenario could come into play. You just need to see a good close today. You need tether dominance, not to spring here. This is the spring zone for me, so you really can't see that happen. And the weekly, yes, rejected the 100, but you just almost have came down to the 34, which is the next target. You reject the 100, you go to the 34, but does it hold? We don't know. And so far, it looks like it's trying to hold. I'm curious to see where the 5 is here on this weekly view. Oh. And you actually haven't seen the EMA 5 back above all the major moving averages since it got lost in April here. So, I mean, that's just, showing more strength on bulls. And you have a fast moving average go above the slower ones. It's just more control. Now, you still are potentially forming a silver cross here where you have the 9 crossing the 21. So if you get the expansion, this could just play into a silver cross on the weekly. I mean, after seeing tether dominance, I'm not crazy bullish on Bitcoin yet. And here we said really if the monthly 9 can get reclaimed, it'd be great. It's still above it. Now you can see just that 4.69% really does need to be defended though. Monthly 9's at 4.73%. So it is a big zone, but that's why I'm just watching that monthly 9. Not really looking at this top wick, this bottom wick. I just want to see where the monthly's going to close. Because if the monthly 9 closes and gets reclaimed, I mean, that's a shift. You've stayed under it since you lost it here. So 1, 2, 3, 4 months you've been under it. And now you're getting back above. Yeah, you put in a pretty big wick to the upside rejection high and a buyback here at 4.1%, 4.16%. I'm not really paying attention to that. I just want to see if this monthly 9 gets reclaimed. It's a big zone. So really, I mean, Tether dominance doesn't look bearish to me. It looks like it just put in an aggressive throwback, and now this is its spot to start moving up. Because even when we were here, and even I was bearish here, the idea was that, okay, you're going to hold above 5% and move up. You didn't hold above 5%. That then just ultimately made it a target to test this 4.69%. You've done that. So really now it just makes the argument if bears want to flex on Bitcoin, they can just start moving up and filling these wicks out. So we'll see. 12-hour here just tells you, okay, easily can get a retest. That just plays into Bitcoin's higher low on the daily, maybe a lower high here. But if you start, again, reclaiming the daily 9 and taking out specifically that 5% region, yeah, that's when things will start looking bottomed here on Tether dominance. For me, confirmation will simply be taking out October 22nd's wick high, like I mentioned. But yeah, be very cautious here. Tether dominance looks bouncy. And honestly, let's go to the 5-day. Let's see what we're working on. So we just need this 5-day EMA 100 to hold. And if this actually holds, probably means that Bitcoin's going to lose 112,000. So just be aware of that. That is kind of like what the objective is today. We need Bitcoin to lose 112, and you need Tether dominance to hold above the EMA 100. If you're bearish, you're simply as a bull just needing 112 to get defended, and you'll play the 5-day trigger on the EMA 9. Very easy. So that's Tether dominance. Go here fast to the bi-monthly. Nothing really here. Yeah, actually, there is something. You are getting back above the 34, potentially. Yeah, right here. Once you got back above the 34 on open, let's just see. We measured this last week, but here you went up then another 20%. So you did reclaim the 34. You stayed under the 21 and the 9. The following monthly, you went up 20% before rejecting. So that's why we just want to be watching the monthly and bi-monthly. If we're really going to be bearish, shouldn't you expect this 34 to get lost and stay under? All this move up was just a trap, giving you maybe a target down to 3.8% again. All while then the monthly 9 doesn't get reclaimed. We don't want that. That's really what you just want. That's why I'm really telling you to just pay attention to the monthly and bi-monthly here. Because that will at least give me more bias. It'd be either a bullish or bearish November. So go here to Bitcoin dominance. Same thing. Let's just check the monthly. Is the monthly 9 going to get reclaimed, or are we going to reject and stay under 59.7%? Stay tuned. We'll know soon. Luckily, 4 days. It's nice. You're just caught between the 34 and the 9 on the 2-week. Something to notice, the 2-week can't get back above 59.7%. So you're really just watching for that 60.3%. But again, you would have been watching it anyways, just where the monthly 9 is. So that's a big zone. If you can't stay under above that on the monthly, then yeah, this will be bearish, and you have more of a target down to the 56.5%. Test the 34 here, and then depending on what occurs there, you either bottom or you break down. breakdowns can occur here, quite aggressive. And for me, the target would be closer to 50 to like 48%. So watch that very carefully. Really, for Bitcoin, to me, it's more of a wait and watch on the 5-day. Need to see either bulls defend 112 or bears simply just sell off and lose 112. Regardless, you're putting in a pretty nice setup. You have technically a daily trend shift. So even the most aggressive bulls are de-risking here and looking for a pullback. Pullback will be a little tricky. You'll either go to that 112,000 flat or just simply bottom off the 34 and the 100, which has been resistance on this move down. But regardless, I'm still looking for some kind of sell-off to occur here, some kind of higher low to be formed if bullish. And if not bullish, then really we'll be able to understand that once you lose $112,000. We know the 5 days closing today, which often means when you get a 5-day close, those are important. So if we're going to be bullish, this is a bullish candle. This is looking very bullish. If bears are going to keep this momentum down and trap more bulls, that means that today they need to sell this off. And really just stay under the 5-day 9, sell off, and then reject into next week would be perfect. If we get back above 116 on a daily close, that will be a long trigger for me. I will start targeting 121,000, and I'll start looking at possibly 114,200 to be the next higher low spot. But until then, you're just at the top side of resistance. You've now retested this channel. Even on CME, you're still within this channel here. You had a breakdown. SMA 200 was the spot, bounced from there, was expecting a bearish retest on the underside test of this. It didn't. You opened above. You do have a gap. That gap is now, filled mostly at 112,300. So again, more arguments on if you go down and you reach $112,000, that's the spot that needs to hold. And that could just simply be a CME gap fill as well. Doesn't need to just fill immediately though. But with what we know on the trend, the higher low brewing, the daily 9 getting reclaimed, 112,000 not being back tested, that could just give you more points on probably not smart to scale longs up here, but maybe look for like a long here if you're bullish, and then you get the breakout. 116 retest, and then we can, go up and up and up. Until then, I'm still cautious. I'm still not bullish. And really, I'm looking at this move, if it does end up selling off under 112,000 today, as an opportunity to just short again and play what we know. Shorts here were very successful all the way down to our TP1, which was at a 103K Bitcoin. And so, yeah, you've rallied up, but let's see if we sustain this. If not, this can just give us more easy shorts. And if we end up being bullish and we get back above 116, that's perfectly fine with me. We can take easy trades all day and long up because we know volatility is literally at the cusp of breaking out. Now, on this move up, it did start to move down volatility again. It's just something to know. And we'll need to see where this updates into the new 5-day candle by tonight. But really, we're very, very close to a move. And really, by November, this move could come. I'm still on that camp. It's just going to be determined on where this 5-day closes today. So watch very carefully and pay attention. And really, if you're long on the Academy long, you should de-risk a bit here. There can be another long very easily on a 116K reclaim. And that long can be the fun one, more straight to business, giving you a nice bullzuka move.
Alrighty, am I muted? No, I am not muted. Wonderful. I remember to unmute myself. I deserve applause for that. All right. Thank you. Thank you.
There
Thank
you
you.
go.
All right. So I'm going to start with the daily on Bitcoin. So we did get a close over on the previous daily candle over that 38.2%. Closes over all of my major EMAs, and as of now, we are still holding over that 38.2%. That level currently sits at about $114,100. As of this moment, there was some hidden bearish divergence that was forming, but now it has been invalidated since we took out this lower high. And there, on the opposite hand, there would be bearish divergence once we break this high at $123,000 because momentum is still making a lower high, but that would still lead to higher prices, somewhere around 121 to 123,000. And keep that $121,000 number in mind because it's going to come back up. Let's go down to the 4 hour. 4 hours also over that 38.2%. 38.2% has moved up, and but as of now, it lines up a little close with our 9 EMA. So I do think we're going to go a little bit lower than that 38.2%, possibly to somewhere around this 9 to 200, which is at about around $114,000 flat. That would just be a back test of this 38.2%. And as long as you're holding over, I'd say about like what was this wick low? 112,825 likely is just going to be a back test for a little bit higher. And momentum is currently pointing to the downside with volatility currently contracting. And the jewel has lost that buy signal. Go down to the hourly. Hourly is still holding at that 21 EMA. This is the area where we have been bouncing off of and then getting expansion to new rally highs on this rally. And momentum is now currently breaking below every single one of these previous lows in the bearish control zone, while we are still putting in a higher low on a closing basis, giving us a possibility for a hidden bullish divergence. That will just be a possibility and until we close over 115,391. Close over there, that would give us a target of retesting these highs somewhere around 116,000. The jewel is giving you a sell signal right now. It is giving you quite a bearish sell signal with the pink crossing below the yellow and the dark blue below everything else in the bearish control zone. But this is an hourly setup. How much have we gone down since then? Let's see. Fired off right about there. So about 0.82% so far. For an hourly setup, not too bad. Let's go into 12. 12 is now backtesting that 200 SMA after getting that closure above. This has been a major resistance zone off of our for the last couple of tests. On our previous, the one before the previous 12-hour candle, we did get a rejection of that 200. On our last major lower high at around 115, 116,000, it was a rejection of this 200, and we have been below it since this mega nuke from around 122,000. So it is very significant that we are over that area, and as long as we are closing over that area, I would be looking for higher, for somewhere around 119 to 121. Come on. 2-day is now back into that 38.2%. We are currently getting a rejection of the 2-day median, but we are looking for it to close over that 38.2%, which is right now 113,000, with momentum currently pointing to the upside and volatility just now starting to tick up from 0%. And we have lost that sell signal right above the bearish control zone. Closing over the 38.2% likely because it's a back test of that 38.2%, somewhere around 113, maybe 112, 112.3. And from there, as long as you are holding that area on a closing basis, you likely will get expansion to that 38.2%, which right now is at 121. Nice, 121 comes up again. Going to the 5-day. 5-day is also taking back up on momentum, breaking no possibility of bullish divergence because we are breaking these previous lows while momentum is making a lower low. We don't really need the bullish divergence on this time frame because we are going to have them on the higher time frames and the ones before this, with the volatility now at or just about to enter at extreme lows. And the jewel is now losing the curvature to the downside and flipping back to the upside. What you want to see is a continue to hold over this 9 EMA. Once you get that 5-day close over that 9 EMA, that is going to activate that 5-day long setup, and that'll target the top 38.2%, which is right now at about 125,000, just below our current all-time highs. Last time we had one of these setups play out, let's see, momentum flipping back up, volatility flipping up to, it was not even here. All the way back here in about June of 2025 is the last time we had one of these setups, and that took us to the all-time high at about 123,000 from the low 100s. Into weekly. Weekly is currently flipped to the downside on momentum, with volatility currently contracting. We have lost the curvature to the downside, but it's more of a neutral curvature now, and we are holding at this bottom 38.2% and over the weekly 9 EMA, which we did get a closure above. That is the support zone of somewhere around 113.7. As long as we are closing over that area, we would have a target of hitting the median, which is right at this moment at 123. Go to the index now. 2-week is still flipped to the downside. What is this close? This is at 108. So 2-week is still forming possibility for hidden bullish divergence because we have taken out this low while price is still maintaining a higher low. That will confirm with any close over 116,055. We close in about 13 days, eternity in cryptocurrency land. That if we do, assuming we get a closure over this area, that would confirm that hidden bullish divergence and give us a target of at a minimum this median, which as of this moment is at about 139. But this is going to move and likely will move to the downside. We are still getting that sell signal on the jewel with the pink. Actually now it's diverged. Interesting. That's the importance of, I guess, waiting for the closures because it was below the last one, but now it's flipped back up above the yellow, and it's once again back in a bullish crossing. That's interesting. And if this does close in 13 days, because this is also not closed yet, but if this does close in 13 days, that will confirm a fresh bullish cross. And that'll likely line up with this jewel starting to flip back around at the edge of the bullish control zone. We gotta wait for the closure to confirm it though, just like that the bearish one didn't confirm. It's possible the bullish one doesn't confirm. But it's interesting to see that off the back of possible hidden bullish divergence too. It's also very funny how this October doom candle has now turned once again green. This was from open to wick low, almost 10% to the downside.
And now it's a
bottom,
fucking doji.
Yeah, this is
You know
one of the fuck you candles.
It must be the markets. People are selling and buying at the same rate. Therefore, it's at the same time. Yeah.
Can't be. It's not manipulated at all.
No. They only do that whenever the price comes down once a year. That's when they manipulate the price. Not every day. Not every day.
No,
If you could manipulate the price every day, would you do it every day or just once a year? Once a year, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Why manipulate it every day?
I have morals and shit.
I wish I lived where people live in their fantasy land. I bet you the meth they're smoking is fucking like AAA, Breaking Bad AAA.
Hidden the spoon like Jane.
Oh yeah.
We just got to the part where the Jane incident happens.
That's right. Just real quick.
In the monthly, we still have momentum flip to the upside. Monthly still has active multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence as long as we are closing over 107,412. On the opposite hand, there is possibility for bearish divergence, but that will also confirm the close below 107,412. Every one of our current highs has been rejections of the monthly median, and we are currently still below that monthly median, which is at around 127,400. Wherever this monthly median goes to on this next open, assuming we close over the 5 EMA, will be the target on that next monthly candle. And right now it's sitting at 127. Maybe it'll move down. That'll support the idea of a bearish retest right below our current all-time highs. If it moves up though, that'll give you probabilities of going to new all-time highs within that next monthly candle. The jewel is still giving you a buy signal also. It's now once again flipped or regained the curvature back to the upside, moving towards that critical zone. Now we will go to CME. Come on. There we go. CME is currently pointed to the downside on momentum with volatility currently in an expansion phase, and you do have a bearish cross in the bullish control zone, but you are holding this bottom 38.2%. You are back over that 5-day 9 EMA, and that would give you a target of this 5-day median right now, which still is an area where you could put in a lower high below your current all-time highs and then dump it from there, but it would give you a target a little bit higher from here, and that would on CME be around $121,200. And spot currently has a premium over CME, so that would put spot like maybe $200 higher, $100 higher, something like that. Come on. And similar target on the weekly, a little bit lower at around 120. I'm going to our side. Go to Tether first. Tether currently has multiple drives of bearish divergence on the daily. This will be active as long as you're closing below 4.95%. You've already hit the easy target, which is that neutral zone. Next level is the bearish control zone with volatility contracting this whole way. So this is some hopium that you're going to make a higher low. And the bearish control zone currently sits at about 4.2%. Nice level. That is how much lower on Tether? 4.2%.
Well, that simply looks like a retest of your SMA 200 before it continues to go up.
Yeah, that is a hopium that this is the bottom at this neutral zone. Maybe retest at this zone here at 4.65%, and then bottom there. This is lining up. It lines up with the neutral zone at about 4.62%. So if you were to tap that neutral zone again and hold it, that would be this 200. 4. 4's got a silver cross to the downside. Currently just getting a retest of that 9. Come on. You are putting in a God mode signal in the background, though, and you have lost the sell signal. No possibility of bullish divergence, though. You are making lower lows. This is playing out the God mode buy signal, but no divergence. Starting to lose the buy signal on the 2-day. Extreme highs on volatility. This is the area where you would get your mean reversion. And since the move is to the upside right now, the mean reversion would be to the downside. Very high possibility this bottom could be in at this 200. 3-day just getting a retest of that silver cross. You've invalidated the bullish divergence, however. 5 days also invalidated the bullish divergence. The weekly, come on. Weekly is invalidated the bearish divergence. We fit the easy target off of that, which is the bullish control zone. Next level is the critical zone at above 7.43%. You would need to close over your current high to get that, though. Somewhere around 5.52% will be the confirmation. Weekly is giving you a volatility setup of 3 periods of 0%. Nothing there. Extreme lows on volatility. And we'll go back to Bitcoin. Daily. Nothing here. 12 hours still got active regular bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over 114,322. Next level is the critical zone, which currently sits at 119.6. Nothing there. Hourly is currently forming a hidden bullish divergence possibility on the RSI as well, with volatility just about to start kicking back up, getting close to that moving average. This will confirm with the close over 115.391, and that'll give you a target of about 116.6. Not much higher.
By the way, I'm out on the 114.500s on the short, just because it's gonna bounce back again, and Soli's not losing any strength. So
muzzle tov.
Take some money home, baby.
Three-day is now forming a fresh drive of bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over 112.150, and that'll give you a target hitting the bullish control zone off the back of expanding volatility. And the bullish control zone currently sits at, oh, nice, 131. That's a good level. That prophesized $130,000 area. Maybe it'll finally get hit. But this is still, you still got about nine and a half hours left to go. And the level you need to close over to confirm it is 112.150. Basically hold 112. 5-day also closing in about 9.5 hours. Come on. 5-day also putting in a possible drive of bullish divergence, and this will confirm with any close over 114,000, giving you an easy target of the bullish control zone. Right now, that sits at 133. Oh, another confluence for that prophesized $130,000 zone. Nothing on the weekly. Weekly still has bearish divergence. This will invalidate with any close over 115,685, though. And that'll give you a target of hitting the simple moving average, which is at 128. Index for this one. Index still has bearish divergence. This will invalidate with any close over 116.55. You got about 13 days left to go. That'll give you a target of the critical zone, which, if invalidated, which right now sits at 165. This level will change, though. And I am of the opinion right now that if we do get another rally, this probably will be the last one, and the top. This probably will be the top of the Bitcoin cycle, and probably somewhere around maybe 140 to 150. I'd say. I think that $200,000 level will be, or $250,000 level will be the trap of 100,000 from 2021. Monthly has now stopped populating that possibility of bearish divergence because we are back off at the confirmation level, and that will not confirm as long as we are not closing below 107,412. Close below there, you will have 3 drives of bearish divergence. That'll give you a minimum target of this 21 EMA at currently 88,000, 87,000. As long as you continue to hold this hidden bullish divergence, though, which is going to be active as long as you're closing over that same number, 107,412. Your next target is the critical zone, which will update, but right now it's sitting at 150. Nice level. And that's where I get that 150 number from. Now we go to momentum. Oops, wrong one. Daily still pointed up with volatility not going into an expansion phase, and we will remain pointed up with the derp of life as long as you're closing over 107,100. Oh, nice to see that pivot so low. And on this next projection, we are projected to be within the bullish control zone. We currently still have daily bullish divergence by making a higher low on momentum while price made a lower low. We've hit the easy target of the divergence though, which is at 55 EMA. Next level is somewhere around 120 to 121. 4-hour currently flipped to the downside, and it's going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 115,900. You're very close to putting in possibility for hidden bullish divergence zone once you take out this low. 2-hour also flipped to the downside with volatility contraction, 4 hours getting still volatility expansion, and you're going to be flipped down as long as you're closing below 116,100. And you are now putting in possibility of hidden bullish divergence on a 2-hour. This will confirm with any close, actually just flipping this back up over, which is 116,100. Now, these also putting in that possibility of bullish divergence, flip down as long as you're closing below 115,750. Two days freshly flipped back up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're closing above 107,800. Well, the volatility is now going into a contraction phase. So this would be the area to dump it. You got about 9.5 hours. Ideally, you'd want to see it close below this 21, which is around 113 level. On the bluffing chart, 5 days already giving you volatility expansion, but on the index, I think it's not. Yeah, it's very close on the index. On the bluffing, it already is. The index has a lot more data. Let's see on this other B exchange. It's at the same level on that one. So momentum is currently still flipped to the upside on the 5-day. It did flip back up on the previous close. The pivot went up from 108 to 116, 115-ish, 116. currently at 115.2, and as long as we close above 115.2, it will remain to the upside. Close below 115.2, and then this will freshly flip back down. This will be a rejection of the bullish control zone, and from there, that 5-day setup likely almost certainly confirms to the downside. Currently, it's more favored to the upside as long as we are closing over this area. Close below this area, then it switches back around. Right now, let's be generous and assume it expands from here, which is likely will be higher for when it actually does confirm expansion, and apply about 25%. Let's do it to the downside first. If it expands to the downside, 25% to the downside would be somewhere around $86,000. Interesting, lines right up with that monthly 21 EMA, which would be your minimum target of that bearish divergence. Now let's apply that 30% move. 30% brings us closer to about 35%. Interesting. 35% brings us exactly to 74,000. That's our previous all-time high, right before we had multi-months of consolidation and pullback. Both very interesting areas. And now we will apply it to the upside. And assuming we close over 115.2, this setup likely does apply to the upside. 25% brings us to somewhere around $145,000. Interesting, $144,000. That is one of my, if I had to give a cycle top prediction, somewhere around 144 to 150s, I'd say. Lines up with this 5-day setup playing out to the upside, and one last move to the upside on this rally. And then 35% is about $155,000, which is also the top side of that projection, somewhere around 140s to 150s. Right. Is there any? Yeah, there is also bullish divergence in the 5-day too, because we were making lower lows on momentum. On price, while momentum made a higher low, and that confirmed by just flipping back up. Now we go to weekly. Weekly is currently flipped down with a volatility setup also, and it will flip back up as long as you close over about 115.50. I'm going to the index 2-week. 2-week currently also flipped down with volatility at 0%, and it will flip back up in about 13 days and 10 hours if you close over 118,600. That does give you a target that if you do tap this area and reject, this will maintain momentum to the downside and still maintain bearish divergence, and then likely you get your volatility contraction. Flipping this back up, though, would invalidate that bearish divergence. And that will likely give you a minimum target of around 121 to 122. And monthly still remains with momentum to the upside, and now we are back above that monthly pivot once again, and monthly will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 115. And volatility is now at extreme lows on the monthly. Likely, if you maintain momentum to the upside on this monthly closure, you probably will start to get some volatility expansion from that point. Let's go back down. So the high time frames are now in a more tricky posturing. Before it was shifting bearish, now we are getting bounce off of that monthly 9 EMA. Maintaining momentum to the upside still will be flipped up as long as you're closing over about 115,000. Volatility is giving you a prime setup right now on the monthly, and as long as you're flipped up on the monthly, that is going to favor the upside. On the 2-week, you're getting volatility set up now too with 0% volatility. You're getting basically across the board all the way down to the 5-day, getting volatility set up. And now 5-day is currently flipped to the upside. The pivot is somewhere around $115,000 to $115,200. And if you, assuming you close over that area, that will confirm volatility expansion to the upside. Close below that area though, and then very likely you will get volatility expansion to the downside because the 5-day will freshly flip down, and that'll almost certainly confirm your monthly bearish divergence. And if you apply that 5-day setup to the downside, it lines up with that monthly bearish divergence target somewhere around $86,000 to $87,000. From there, you likely get a very strong bounce, but that probably won't be the bottom, and you're likely going to start your bear market from there. But on the what I'm more biased towards is right now with that 4-hour momentum to the downside, 2-hour forming possible hidden bullish divergence, that maybe you get a little bit of a move down to test them around 113s. But as long as you are maintaining closes over about that 113 level, it is more likely that the hidden bullish divergence on the 2 hours is going to end up playing out. And our next target from here is somewhere around 117 to 118. 118.6 off of that momentum pivot on the 2-week. And if you can get a close over about, I'd say 118, let's say 118.7, then from there you're going to be, and your next target is that CME 5-day median around 121,000. And there's a strong possibility that if you reject 121, put in a bearish engulfing candle and a shooting star, from there that could be your next lower high, and then maybe you get another retest of these lows. But at that point, I'm going to be looking towards that 5-day setup continuing to play out and hitting new all-time highs.
Very nice, senor. Thank you so much for sharing that. Next is Intel and PTLO. I have no idea what the fuck that is.
Which one would you like, senor?
You know, I'll do the American stock Intel. I'll be all
Yeah.
holding that. Yeah.
We should have a fucking eagle right now fly through the screen.
I can't do the eagle sound.
But by the way, you know that's fake, right? Have you heard an actual bald eagle like do their sound?
Oh yeah, they don't sound like that.
It sounds like such a bitch. They stole that the sound from the eagle. They stole it from the hawk, a red-tailed hawk. Those are the badass motherfuckers that go.
Yeah, hawks are cool. I see them in Arizona a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot here too. I love them. There's some of them just come and literally land on the ground right next to us because there's a tree that has a nest of them, and the fucking thing just like sitting there is as big as Vinny.
Oh yeah,
God,
and they know it too. They know they're like the top dogs.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I do like the crows and the hawks relationships. The crows fuck with the hawks all day, and the hawks are cool with it. But there's a point always where the hawks are like, all right, that's enough. And when they flip that shit, all the crows fucking fly the fuck away from the hawks. It's pretty cool. It's a great dynamic. It's fun. They're majestic animals.
Yeah,
Look
they
at
are.
me being old as fuck.
I'm old too. I look at all that shit. Like the owls too are pretty nice.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I told you guys about that morning that I went out and every single house in the neighborhood had an owl on top. It was the weirdest fucking day of my life.
I'm guessing Drake was in town.
Who? Drake?
I'm guessing.
You're funny.
Maybe that's what he was. All righty. Well, thank you, boys. Vale. Vamos a empezar con Bitcoin, el análisis de Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Justamente el viernes les dije que íbamos a tener esto, que íbamos y estaba yo esperando un pompazo a esta zona, y la razón por qué es sencilla. Habíamos tenido todos estos cortos, tenías que eliminar todos esos cortos. Y ahora, ahí lo tienes. Así es como funciona el juego de la OCA, damas y caballeros. Ahora, se va a tratar de eliminar a todos estos longs, ¿ok? Pero la pregunta es ¿cuándo y hasta dónde? En este trade que les di el viernes antes de irme, de si llegamos a los 16,200, voy para abajo. Yo ya me salí ahorita en los 114,500. La razón por qué es porque sería muy rápido que cayera y se doblara de una. Ok, ya me dio el dinero rápido, me voy. Y la otra razón es porque Solana se está quedando aquí arriba. Solana sigue fuerte, aunque está rechazando esta zona y puede venir hasta acá. Es lo que yo estoy esperando acá. Yo no creo que Bitcoin simplemente se canse acá. La razón por qué en este momento, solamente de ver lo que yo había pensado, era, vamos a ver cuándo llegamos acá, pero se tiene que tardar mínimo hasta el día de la Reserva Federal. La Reserva Federal sale a hablar mañana y pasado. Pasado es cuando todos ustedes la ven en la televisión. Y ¿esto para qué serviría? Como para que todo el mundo diga, güey, los intereses, todo va para abajo, va la inflación, todo va a repetirse como el 2020, y que te digan eso y que todo el mundo se ponga alcista y justamente meterles un pambazo. Ahora, el que haya llegado acá tan rápido me hace pensar que podemos venir tranquilamente a esta zona en los 117,700 y puedes ver cómo nos rechazó esta zona antes. Y podríamos llegar hasta esta zona, 120,995. Simplemente por la fuerza que lleva, y también para poder cerrar la historia de que el oro está colapsando y que la gente está entrando en Bitcoin. El oro se va a dar la vuelta y Bitcoin va a caer, es lo que yo pienso. De nuevo, no estoy casado con la idea, pero es lo que pienso que se va a dar simplemente por la facilidad de manipular a la gente con historias tontas, ¿ok? Es por eso que lo pienso. ¿Y por qué digo eso? porque pues todo el mundo se le está tragando la de que vende tu oro para comprar Bitcoin. Todo el mundo se le está comiendo. Y de nuevo, llegamos aquí muy rápido. Algo que yo estaba pensando iba a pasar a media semana, llegó literalmente ayer casi llegamos y pues el trade entró hoy y vamos, bueno, en la noche y vámonos, ¿no? Bien, ok, con eso dicho, vamos a analizarlo rápidamente, a ver. Y ahora, estas fechas que les tengo acá, se los he dicho varias veces, el 10 de noviembre, es donde esperaba yo el retesteo de los 120 y de ahí para abajo, para el 15 de diciembre están en los $97,000. Hasta ahora, esto podría darse y vean, estamos a 13 días de esto. Vamos a ver si es cierto, si es que se llega a jugar eso. Y una vez más, ¿por qué tengo esto? Simplemente por lo que hizo Bitcoin con el wick para arriba y luego para abajo. Primero llegaría acá y después llegaría por acá. Entonces, simplemente es algo que yo estoy monitoreando para ver si juega idéntico que el peso, para ver si juega idéntico que los wicks de la dominancia de Bitcoin, etcétera. Esos son los tiempos que tengo. Y eso también le agrega un poco a mi análisis de esto, ¿no? Llegamos a 121, pues está acá. Una vez más, llegarías acá, harías esto, ¡pum! Y aquí es donde todo el mundo va a estar celebrando, diciendo que Bitcoin ya se va a ir a altos históricos, a 155, y ahí se puede ir a comer mierda a los 97 para diciembre, ¿ok? Es lo que yo estoy pensando y voy a ver si eso se llega a dar. Simplemente se los quería decir para la gente que no entienda qué son estas fechas y por qué están ahí. La razón por la que están ahí, para regresar rápido a esto, la razón por la que están ahí es porque este tipo de velas como la que tuvimos acá, estos wicks tan potentes, normalmente funcionan de esa forma. Y lo hemos visto antes en la dominancia de Bitcoin, por ejemplo, donde les digo que la dominancia de Bitcoin va a venir otra vez de vuelta para acá. ¿Y, y por qué? Porque aquí lo habíamos hecho, tardó un mes en encontrar su fondo y tardó otro mes en toparlo. Entonces, siguiendo esa lógica, Bitcoin debería de caer a ese paso, ¿ok? Para que lo entiendan. Ahí está. Y lo habíamos dibujado hace cuánto. Y ahí lo tienen, ahí va. Ahí va. Qué locura. Qué locura, mami, qué locura. Bueno, ya voy a dejar de cantar, en fin. Vamos ahora sí a la trimestral para hacer esto en putiza. En la trimestral tenemos un doji en este momento, es esa vela de indecisión, ¿no? Que nos dice el mercado. Es que vean lo importante, ¿no? Como justamente antes de que cierre fechas importantes y también puntos pivotes importantes, porque el punto pivote de mensual está en los $116,000 y estamos ahora por debajo, ¿no? Entonces, eso te pone indecisión. Pero qué cabrón que todos los compradores y vendedores del mercado se hayan también puesto de acuerdo y hayan dicho, güey, es que el punto pivote está ahí. Entonces, vamos a mantener el precio en una pregunta constante de ¿para dónde podrá ir? Qué cabrón los mercados naturales, ¿no? Y completamente no manipulados. Wow, qué diversión. Otra cosa que estamos monitoreando por un rato es esta volatilidad trimestral de Bitcoin que continúa empujando más fuerte a la baja. Lo pueden ver por acá en este 45%, donde nuestro promedio está en el 51%. Una vez más, solamente para la gente que esté llegando por primera vez, esta es nuestra volatilidad, la línea de colores, el blanco es el promedio. Cuando tienes setups de volatilidad en este punto, en el punto más bajo, el movimiento para arriba te indica que va a ser, este fue el fondo y vas a un rally a altos históricos. Lo hiciste acá. Bueno, y ahora vas a altos históricos. ¿Dónde es que empieza a caer el precio? Cuando caes por debajo del promedio. ¿Ok? Y esto lo ha hecho todas las veces. Entonces, esta sería la primera, si es que no se da. Pero por ahora tenemos ya esta sesión por cerrar en 3 días, no, 4 días aquí. Y si cerramos así, puede que ya hayamos visto el tope, lo estemos a punto de ver entre hoy, en los próximos 4 días, básicamente. Y si es que esto no se mueve. Si esto llega a darse la vuelta y se sale por encima del promedio, entonces no podemos contarlo como que ya fue el tope. Pero por ahora estamos a punto de recibir eso, esa confirmación. Les voy a poner el HPR en putiza. Voy a estornudar también. Ok. La parte baja no estornudé. Para los que se preguntan, ¿así estornudas? No, no estornudé. Aquí está la parte baja de la zona azul en los $127,000. Por ahora estamos siendo rechazados, pero tampoco vamos al 50% que está en los 98. Estamos formando una vela doji, que es una vela de indecisión, donde un doji, pues lo pueden ver ahí, no nos dice mucho esto. Ya vieron el rango, ¿no? 97 hasta 127. Esta es una vela que nos dice indecisión. ¿Por qué? Porque para abajo y para arriba es el mismo y el cuerpo gordo de la vela está en medio. Esto te dice, no sé si voy a ir para arriba o si favorezco para abajo. Simplemente es una mentada de madre. Ahora, mensual, y aquí es donde tenemos que poner atención porque Bitcoin tiene la volatilidad en el punto más bajo de toda la historia, y para la gente que no sepa qué significa, es que nos va a dar el movimiento más agresivo en toda la historia, para arriba o para abajo. Entonces, a la gente que apoya inflación, van a recortar tasas y todo va a volver a subir. En tus ojos, debería ser el movimiento que te lleve a esos prometidos $250,000. Y si eres bajista del otro lado, esto te debería llevar mínimo a los $69,000, para que lo tengamos en concreto y en directo. Además, voy a poner el HPDR acá para que lo puedan ver tranquilos. Pueden ver que nuestra media del HPDR continúa en esos 115,500. De no poder subir acá para fin de mes, nuestro siguiente objetivo debería ser nuestro promedio del 5, que se encuentra en los 112, que de nuevo esa es la parte del rango. Ahorita les voy a poner todo el rango. Y si no aguanta los 102, que los hemos platicado 1,000,000 de veces, ya de ahí la parte baja de la zona azul está en 96. ¿Ok? 2 semanas nos está pintando el setup de volatilidad más bajo en toda la historia. 2 periodos de volatilidad nula, eso quiere decir un mes completo de volatilidad nula en Bitcoin en esta tabla. Por ahora, nuestra media se encuentra en los $128,000. Estos $128,000, si los podemos romper a la alza, iríamos a 156,000. Y si llegamos a caer de donde estamos, que son los 114, 114, que es donde está el promedio del 9 en esta, poniendo una vela topera, pero todavía faltan 13 días. Esta vela acaba de abrir. Si perdemos los 114, podríamos ir a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 108. Y de ahí al 50% en los 104, para que lo tengan en mente. Semanal también tienes volatilidad nula, preparando uno de esos movimientos de nuevo. Cuando lo ves en todas las temporalidades, puedes ver la fuerza que va a tener este movimiento. Por ahora tenemos el rechazo de los 116 por acá, perdemos el promedio del 5 y estamos cayendo, pero nos está aguantando el promedio del 9. Esto tiene más preferencia bajista que alcista, al igual que la tabla mensual y la de 2 semanas. Pero está quedándose como en neutral. No crean que es bajista, bajista terrible, es simplemente neutral. Por ahora, lo que esperaría si eres alcista es poder romper los 115,300 e ir a buscar los 122, que es la media semanal. De no poder lograrlo y perder los 114,500, vas al promedio del 21 en los 111,500 y de ahí a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 110. Y ya de ahí pues te puedes dar grasa y darte la idea que vienes al 34 una vez más, estos 107. 5 días nos ha estado jugando este juego pendejito de que ya voy a expandir y luego no, y luego sí, y luego no, pues no lo ha hecho. Estamos a 9 horas y a 9 horas y 2 minutos de cerrar esta vela de 5 días. Y acá nos va a decir si esto va a cambiar algo o no. Por ahora tiene cara de que no. Nos está rechazando la media por acá. Bueno, ni siquiera nos está rechazando la media, el nivel de los 16,200. El nivel a vencer son los 17,870. Y eso te podría dar esperanzas de venir a la parte alta de la zona azul en los $129,000, que sería formar un nuevo alto. Pero atentos, en la de 5 días tenemos una vela topera con instantánea confirmación. ¿Ok? La vela siguiente te lo confirmó. ¿Cómo te lo confirmó? Cerrando por debajo del punto más bajo de la vela topera. Y ahora te lo confirmó cerrando aquí. Y luego esta vela te lo confirmó cerrando acá, por lo que podrías estar ante un rebote, y este rebote es justamente lo que estás viendo en estos momentos. Voy a ponerle de 2 días por metiche. 2 días tienes volatilidad contrayendo. Perfecto. Continúo pintando. Tienes volatilidad contrayendo, estás justamente rechazando la media en los 116,900. Bueno, hiciste un front run, ¿no? Y ahora estás por debajo. De no poder cerrar esta vela el día de hoy en 9 horas y no sé cuántos minutos, y 1 minuto por encima de 117, deberías de tener más preferencias de ir a la parte baja de la zona azul en los 112. De poder romper los 117, los 123 son lo que siguen, ¿ok? Y este sería mi extremo máximo, 123. Ahora, la diarina, la diaria, te está poniendo una vela topera, pero es muy temprano. Normalmente esto es una señal para mí de que va a haber continuación a la alza. El 61.8% está en los 119,600, que normalmente si rompemos los 115,500, que también coinciden con la media mensual, te debería de llevar mínimo a la zona del 61.8% y esa zona está en los 119,600. Si puedes darte acá, me saldría el trade demasiado perfecto a la parte alta. Por ahora tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, todavía no doblas ese cruce a la alza, continúa a la baja. Veniste al S&P 200, rebotaste en esta zona de 107 para venir a estos 116, que es parte del rango. Y pues ahora viene lo sencillo para todos ustedes. Esto es fácil, bastante fácil, honestamente. Bitcoin ha estado en modo fácil esta vez. Lo que para mí continúa siendo una reversión de tendencia. Tocas esta parte, rompes esta zona, vas a la zona alta. ¿Qué es lo que esperas si eres alcista? Si eres alcista, perdón que se haya vuelto mi HPDR. Si eres alcista, lo que estás esperando es poder cerrar por encima de 116,200. Empezar a cerrar cierres diarios por encima de 116,200 te ponen con un objetivo mínimo de 117,700, que es la zona de fricción, y con un objetivo en la parte alta del rango en los $121,000. De poder romper los 121,000 y empezar a cerrar por encima de 123 es tu siguiente zona de fricción y luego máximos históricos. Si eres bajista, lo único que tienes que hacer es cerrar por debajo de 115,500 los siguientes días y eso básicamente confirmaría que vas a perder esta zona en los 112 y de los 112 te vas a llevar justamente la zona de los 110,700 y de ahí para abajo a los 107 y una vez que te lleves los 107 ya por fin verías esos 97, 98 que siguen saliendo en la tabla una y otra vez. Una vez más, normalmente vas en contra del movimiento que te da, el movimiento que nos está dando en este momento y tienen que verlo así de fácil. Recuerda, trading se trata, en realidad, es como cuando entras al casino y el casino quiere que pierdas, ¿ok? La razón por la que les dije que este trade en los 116 iba a venir es porque habíamos tenido todos estos cortos exitosos. Y ahora, ¿qué tenía que pasar con todos estos cortos? Nos los teníamos que llevar. Entonces ya tienes long. Y ahora, toda la gente que entró acá, desde los 107 hasta acá, no ha sido eliminada para nada. No los ha dejado, pero ni de chiste. Por lo que este movimiento de que se haya hecho tan en putiza, esto podría ser simplemente el rechazo para venir y sacar a todos. Te podría dar un juego hasta acá y después dar otro de estos, ¿no? Pero yo imaginaría que es en el interés del casino poder eliminar a toda la gente que está en long acá. Además, si este fuera el movimiento Perronsky, ¿no? A la alza, pues, güey, se los dejó bastante fáciles a todos. Entonces, ahí lo tienen. Simplemente 116,200 a la alza te lleva 117,700 y de ahí es 121. Y a la baja es perder los 115, nunca ganar los 115, perder los 114 de los 114, vas a venir a los 112, 400, 112, 200, pierdes esa zona, los 110, 700, que es esta línea amarilla. Si no aguantan, vas una vez más a los 107 y ya por la cantidad de veces que los ha tocado y cómo lo continúas haciendo más profundamente, yo imagino que la próxima vez que vengas a los 107 los vas a partir como mantequilla y empezarás a buscar esta zona de los 97. Todo el mundo esperando los 102 se va a quedar de a huevo, güey, llegamos a los 102, que es lo que hemos estado esperando todo este tiempo, literalmente todo este tiempo. Y siento que esos 102 no van a llegar por eso. Toda la gente estaba esperando ahorita que se volvió bajista 97 y eso también fue lo que me hizo pensar que ni de chiste los íbamos a ver, íbamos a tener un pompazo antes de un putazo para abajo y pues lo dio tal cual. Por ahora seguimos jugando un poco en temporalidades altas, está indefinido, está entre alcista y bajista, temporalidades más cortas, 2 semanas, semanal, etcétera, es más bajista que alcista, pero también una vez más está en la orilla y la diaria es obviamente alcista porque llevas desde el 17, 10 días simplemente en modo alcista en los precios de los Bitcoin. La dominancia de Bitcoin, una vez más, continúa empujando a la alza, continúa este patrón fuerte. que debería llevarnos eventualmente a batir esto en los 63 y esto podría ser alcista o bajista para Bitcoin, da igual, pero se va a comer a todos los altcoins. Y acá es donde yo pondría atención si tengo altcoins, que no tengo, es el promedio del 100 en el diario. Empiezas a ver cierres por encima del promedio del 100 diario porque tienes un cruce plateado, tío. ¿Ok? Tienes un silver cross acá, un cruce plateado a la alza. Eso quiere decir que ya veniste a testear el 9, empiezas a cerrar por encima del 100 y esto es lo que te va a catapultar mínimo al 61.9% de putazo, que coincide con el S&P 200 y la parte baja del canal, y de acá podrás hacer un nuevo mínimo para ir a continuar y llevarte este máximo. Y una vez más, esto puede pasar en un mercado bajista o alcista de Bitcoin, pero lo que quiere decir es que Bitcoin se va a llevar toda la atención. Si es a la alza, eso quiere decir que todo el mundo va a estar encima trepado en Bitcoin porque no deja de subir y van a dejar que los altcoins pierdan fuerza. Y si es a la baja, el movimiento y Bitcoin se va al piso, lo que quiere decir esto subir es que todos los precios de los altcoins van a ser decimados. ¿Se acuerdan cuando Bitcoin empezó a bajar, que los Bitcoin bajó 70%, 60% y los altcoins estaban 99% abajo? Es lo que se daría más o menos en este escenario. Por ahora, lo que me hizo salirme de mi short, de mi corto, fue ver a Solana con tanta fuerza, estar aquí por encima. Ahora estás llegando a mi parte alta del canal, pero no la has tocado, lo que me hace pensar que todavía te falta tantito. Tienes un cruce plateado a la baja, pero Solana no se muestra muy débil. Siempre y cuando no pierda el EMA 100, que está en 197.72 en cierres, no puedo decir que Bitcoin es bajista. Entonces, es por eso que dije, güey, ya tengo una lana, me voy a salir de este trade y ahora esperar al próximo, sea a la alza o a la baja. Y sobre todo con las mamadas de que viene la Reserva Federal y todo, lo que van a hacer es un cagadero, sencillo. Alrighty, boys, let's go with the American company.
All right, let's see if we're rich in our holdings.
Yes.
Because remember, we're all holding this, so.
Yeah, it's ours. I can go to President Trump and be like, hey, I invested in this Intel. Can I get my dividends back, right? That's how it works, I'm pretty sure.
And I think, yeah, the dividend payout will be nice. It's all good for us.
At the very least, I'd like a Diet Coke.
Why are you selling yourself for so cheap, Farhan? See, you're fucking up our price right here.
RFK enters chat. I heard him enter.
How dare you ask for a Diet
Well, here's Intel. RFK. Let's take a look-ski here. Off first glance, right, you have a 5-day silver cross. So you have confluence that any move to that $33 region is an opportunity zone. Does that seem likely now to be tested? No. For me, it seems like we're holding that $38 support, which is now a new range opening up, possibly giving us a target up to that $44.76 region, or just easier, $45. It's a big zone. $45 also was the last spot that bigly rejected us. Now, there is a shift here on Intel, and really what we've seen was since the start of January, actually. I was going to say this year, but since the start of 2024, you've been under the 5-day SMA 200. So you've just reclaimed that, which is a really good sign. On the back of a 5-day silver cross, the only concerning thing with this 5 days volatility, it is at extremes, and you're literally at the 100% zone on volatility. So really, only scenario here would be you see contraction of volatility into November, while potentially Intel starts just consolidating in this range. This would be a really good sign for me that, yes, a new range is forming. This EMA 9 could possibly start moving up, supporting that $38 support, new range essentially that we're reclaiming. All while, maybe we're not going to break the $45 region first tap. It's really the only concerning thing is volatility here. Everything else is really looking stellar to move up into that $45 region into November, which from current market price is about a 11% move still. Pretty meaty on a stock like Intel. Just like volatility, you are just at the pretty much 97.5 to 100% region here. So, right, the 5 days closing today. really will be key to get that contraction and volatility and possibly have these ranges shift up. Because this perspective with volatility is concerning. The meme lines, it looks good. The moving averages look good, but it's hard to call for an 11% move when you're just pressing the extremes. That's why consolidation's your friend if you're a bull. Bulls hear consolidation, they often think it's negative, often can be quite positive for them. You're starting to see volatility perhaps contract now, which is a good sign for the 5-day. But this is still too early to say. Into next week will be more telling. You're starting to see the moving average get lost, curve down, and so we can just start seeing this move towards 50%. While the weekly starts moving up, this will give more reasoning to the new range forming on the 5-day. And again, possibly this $45 region won't break first tap, but rather just help form a range. We're at the bottom side of the range at $38, top side at 45. And I mean, this chart has just been going up for what? That's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 now. You're on the 7th 2-week candle of just up only. So, I mean, a pullback here wouldn't be surprising, really. And even more so, why I keep saying 45 probably won't break first tap. Well, this bi-weekly kind of helps you summarize that. Really, you can't disregard a bi-weekly SMA 200 on a stock. You can just see when we're above, it's very bullish. When you're under it and you rally up, it can be concerning. Here you can just see it was a massive deviation, resistance to breakdown. It's sitting at $42.54, which again just tells me, yeah, this probably has more upside. $45 probably won't break first tap, and more so, you could just start rejecting off the bi-weekly SMA 200. That doesn't mean it's bearish. You just simply are going to come in for maybe a bi-weekly higher low. And when we started this analysis, we just talked about, really honestly, this zone, that $34 region being a big spot. $32 to $34 region. You've been getting a nice monthly close shifting structure here. Wouldn't you expect, even if you get a pullback, somewhere in this region to be tested, possibly in the new monthly? Could even look like a closes, throws it back to maybe $38, possibly a wick to $35.80, and then moves up. Just keeping more your bullishness in check. My bullishness, because we're all holding this if you're from the United States. So
that's right.
It's the side note there. It's great. Bi-monthly as well, same idea, right? It'd be too cheeky to just, all right, we're going to close and move up. No, we're probably going to reject this region, move down, solidifies the range idea. This 34 probably moves up, and it probably gets tested. This is a nice, fresh bi-monthly candle. You have a lot of regions that you reclaimed, like the bi-monthly 9, which was resistance, the SMA 200 on the bi-monthly, and even the EMA 100. Really just telling you this can't afford a pullback. You had, let's check this zone out on the monthly. Yeah, you had a nice monthly trend shift here too. So really, as long as you're not taking out this low around 1940, anywhere here can be a higher low. Now, I don't think, now going back to my bi-weekly analysis, I personally don't think you're going to break down and lose that $32 region, $33 region that I talked about. But rather, this can just be opportunity zones for more of the macro. And so we'll play what we know. Probably a probable move up to in November up to that $42.50 to $44 region. Most likely a rejection leading to a pullback. Really what we said, though, is the $33 region is going to be just the spot. That's the major opportunity zone. That doesn't need to come off this 2-week, and it possibly could just come off in November. When you get a fresh bi-monthly, it simply pulls back and retests. Again, all of those moving averages we talked about here. Getting to that $32 region would really test the 34, the 100, the 21. And you can just see really visually losing $32, big drop down to like $27, specifically maybe even 25. So we have to just go off the camp. Somewhere here will give an opportunity. a pullback. And honestly, Intel still looks very bullish for $44 into November. I just am unsure if that's going to come this month or most likely in the next month when you get a nice reclaimed shift of structure. And then really what people do is when you get green dildos on the monthly, they long the new green dildo, just disregarding the reclaims. And so that's where trend will become your friend. So here even you have a higher high, you have your higher low. So daily still could even afford a pullback, possibly back to the 37.80 region or lower. We'll go to the 2-day, it'll be cleaner. Right, 2-day could easily just consolidate here a bit before going up. That's the contraction of volatility, possibly leads into the 5-day contracting as well. Shown here, 5-day could just retest the zone, contracts volatility, shifts the HBDR ranges more up, getting out of the extreme. $15 days, nice. Not closing yet, so we'll just wait. Weekly here as well, pretty nice, but this is why 2 to 3 closures is important. It is important. You got one, you're on the second. Some more data here would be juicy. And so that's why for me, I'm really going into Intel like this is bullish. It's looking great. But in this region now, it's opening a major range. You have extreme volatility on the 5-day, weekly, and you're even in the HBDR extreme zones. So rather, let's wait until November. Let's see if we get a pullback, possibly holding $38, maybe going down to $35 to $34. But understanding that as long as you hold specifically $33, this meme line here, that we should have an objective to $45 in November. And this should be bullish going into the end of the year. The tricky spot is you're just at the extremes on majority of stuff. So consolidation will be your friend. And if you want to talk about $45, just hold specifically above essentially last week's high. We'll talk about that here. Last week's close. So this close, if you hold above this last week's close on weeklies, you will go up. So that's all I have really on Intel. It looks pretty juicy though. I'm just not convinced you're going to break out from here to 45. Going into here, I thought we would, but no, rather I want to see $38 be tested a few more times, possibly into next week, and then into November you get the breakout. That should at least provide bulls some relief on volatility, contracting a bit. Because again, it's hard to call for an 11% move when you're just kind of maxed out on most stuff, like on the weekly and 5-day, in the 2-week here. So that's all I have. Looks good though for us in the future. It seems like it's going to end December very good. Ideally, though, we just hold above $33. I think you're muted.
Oh, fuck. I'm sorry. I was muted. Okay. Excellent. I'm taking over Farhan's job, if you can not tell by now. The next one for you is Home Depot, which should be for me, really, but I guess you're going to be playing that role right now.
I'll take it. I am here, so.
Thank you. Perfecto. Acabo de compartir. Ahí está mi pantalla. Esto es el SP500 en futuros. Solamente les quería enseñar esto. Nuestro objetivo a la alza ha sido absolutamente tocado. Acá. Vamos a ver si lo rompemos. Por encima de esto es donde tendríamos un breakout hasta los 7,000 y cacho, pero este es lo que habíamos nosotros designado hace un rato como una posible zona de tope o cerca del tope. Yo voy a decir de tope, ¿ok? Entonces, aquí monitorear eso. Esta línea está en los 6,892 para que lo tengan ahí. Solamente quería compartir eso. INTC, Intel. Intel está haciendo algo bastante sencillo de ver, comprender, y es literalmente esto. Pueden ver que ha estado ante esta resistencia una y otra vez. Empezó en abril del 2021, luego se la topó en octubre del 2023 y luego tuvo la caída al SMA 200 trimestral. Eso fue lo que lo recuperó, pero por ahora tienes un cruce plateado a la baja. Normalmente en esta temporalidad, que es lo que vemos en los cruces plateados a la baja, vamos a ver en putiza analizar eso. No tuviste uno acá. ¡Uta madre! ¿Hasta dónde nos vamos? No, no vas a tener ninguno. Ok, no. No, no hay ninguno. Este es el único cruce plateado que tiene esta tabla a la baja. Ahora, esto va a ser muy importante. Todavía faltan 2 meses para cerrar esta vela y poder eliminar esto. Esto podría ser simplemente un SFP estilo del cruce plateado a la alza. Ahora, si para mí esto fuera jugar perfecto, pero perfecto, es esto, hombro, cabeza, y que acá te haga otro de estos. Sería un excelente nepe y bolas para poder darte un movimiento medido a la alza. Y ese movimiento medido a la alza, vamos a ponerle un objetivo, sería A, del punto más bajo a donde viene esto. Digamos que lo rompes acá. Te llevaría hasta los 52 y a pelearte con este máximo. Tendría sentido, ¿ok? Por ahora, estás haciendo bajos más bajos, tienes este alto y para que esta tabla se vuelva alcista a la trimestral, vas a tener que llevarte esta zona, la de los 51, para poder hacer un alto más alto y empezar a decir, ok, por más que hayamos hecho este bajo, este fue el fondo. Entonces, eso es lo que tienes que esperar a ver si te vas a llevar en esta temporalidad. Déjenme veo rápido volatilidad. Volatilidad está en neutra, pero déjame veo 6 meses. 6 meses, tienes expansión de volatilidad, pero no es clara porque tienes expansión ante todo esto. Ok. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual tienes expansión de volatilidad llegando a extremos. Ahora, atentos. La última vez que hicimos esto, de acá el octubre del 2024 hasta marzo del 2025, podemos volver a hacerlo. Entonces, esto podría dar continuación sin problema alguno. Y como pueden ver acá, es un poco del mismo juego, ¿no? Estamos justamente ante la resistencia. Nos gustaría ver esto simplemente romper a la alza y continuar si somos alcistas, pero el primer objetivo va a ser poder cerrar por encima de esto en simplemente 4 días y 5 horas, por encima de donde estamos tal cual. De ahí 45. Una vez que te lleves 45, 63 se abre. Pero por ahora, lo que tiene cara a esto es de que pues, va a continuar empujando. Lo que sí es, habías perdido el SM200, te dio este SFP, ahora bajaste y ahora esto es lo que quieres. Puedes ver aquí ya más claro el hombro, cabeza. Y yo imaginaría que, de nuevo, me imaginaría, esto no es, no tengo ni puta idea, ¿no? Lo estoy prediciendo. Siguiente objetivo en esto va a ser poder romper el SMA 200. Puedes ver que estás a punto de crear un cruce plateado a la alza también acá. El promedio del 9 está por encima del 55, del 21 está subiendo rápido. Esto nos señala fuerza. Y si tienes una zona que estás rompiendo que no pudiste antes, que es literalmente la línea roja, el EMA 100, esta zona debería ser retesteada una vez más en los $32. Y también pueden ver la importancia, si les pongo una línea rápida, de cómo ha sido, ¿no? Resistencia, soporte, resistencia, y ahora deberíamos de convertirlo en soporte. Esta es una zona importante para el precio de Intel, los $32. Quieres que aguanten de una, pero el precio en sí, aguantando por encima de $26, continúa siendo alcista en toda temporalidad de las que hemos visto hasta ahorita, que es la trimestral y la mensual y ahora la de 2 semanas. Semanal, tienes un poco de lo mismo con el S&P 200 siendo el punto de retesteo que está justamente en los $32, con el promedio del 9 también. Tienes un cruce plateado a la alza en la semanal y eso que te dice que la oportunidad está en cualquier retesteo de tu promedio del 9 y eso una vez más $33. Es lo que nos sigue apareciendo. Entonces definitivamente voy a pintarles acá en los 32 una línea que es la que yo esperaría a venir a retestear para que la tengamos para adelante. Vamos a ver la de 2 días, a ver si nos da una pista. Volatilidad contrayendo ante esta subida. Tenemos el promedio del 5 por encima del 9. Lleva un rato así. Es un poco de lo mismo, ¿eh? Me gustaría contarles otra cosa, pero acá también pueden ver perfectamente cómo esto rechazo. Una vez que lo rompimos, subimos y es por eso que esta zona de breakout es la que debe ser retesteada y la oportunidad está acá. Yo no me metería en un long acá. Estás en una zona de riesgo donde puedes corregir tranquilamente y rápidamente. Y esa corrección puede ser una vez más hasta los 32 o hasta los 26. Vamos a ver de cuánto es cada una. Del punto más alto de acá a los 32 es 20%. Esto es 36%. Y una vez más, esto continuaría siendo alcista. Entonces, por eso les digo, si vas a querer entrar, tío, lo vas a hacer acá, en estos 32. Y si te sacas la lotería y esto continúa siendo alcista y aguanta esto, pues serían los 26. Yo saldría de este trade si me llevo los $22, si es que entro en el 26. Diaria, un poco de lo mismo. Tienes literalmente el mismo upside, aunque, y atentos, en la diaria tienes una expansión de volatilidad o no. Sí. Pero, adivinen qué, solamente tienes esta sesión. Entonces, tienes que mantener un ojo acá. Por ahora nos está diciendo esto que va a empujar para arriba y es lo que esperaríamos, pero tenemos que acabar el día básicamente para poder confirmarlo. Entonces, Intel puede hacer varias cosas. Una, trepar y hacer que esta sea la zona de breakout y no darle a nadie entrada, ¿no? Que sea acá. Dos, que esto nos rechace, caigamos acá y acá nos vayamos para arriba. Y tres, el extremo que está en los 26. ¿Dónde estamos mal? Y vean cómo continúa expandiendo. ¿Ante qué? ¿Qué fue eso? ¿Se movió para arriba o para abajo? Creo que fue para abajo. Bueno, me lo voy a quedar viendo yo esta tabla ahorita en lo que analizamos las cosas, otras cosas. Pero por ahora, lo que quiero llegar con Intel es, puede tranquilamente corregir, ¿no? Y es lo que debería de hacer después de estos movimientos tan grandes. Normalmente estos gaps son una trampa y no funcionan. Nosotros somos alcistas en Intel y creemos que va a continuar a la alza, pero primero tiene que venir a corregir, ya sea acá, a la línea verde, acá. Y lo que pensamos es esto, que si te llegas a llevar los $22 para abajo, nuestra idea es incorrecta y vas esto fue literalmente esto. Déjenme lo pongo en la de 2 semanas para que se vea tranquilo. Literalmente te llevas los 22 y pues irías a crear nuevos mínimos acá, a la baja. Y es un espacio gigantesco. Lo que nosotros pensamos es simplemente viendo la semanal, esto o tal vez no lo pondría en 26. El promedio del 100 es el importante acá. 27, 28. Bueno, pues parte del pinche cubo. Así que ahí lo tienen. Eso es Intel, damas y caballeros, para todos ustedes. Ok, Mr. Farhano, what do we got next?
PTLO
No,
or PTLR? PTLR.
PTLO.
PTLO.
The fuck is that? Let me
Put
see.
on the HPDR.
Oh, Portillos, the restaurant thing.
Oh, yeah, I think they're like
I
fast food.
is that the one that's in like California?
I have no
I've
idea.
never
We
seen
talked
one of
about
these.
this and we were all wondering the same thing.
There's one.
And
There's
by
one
the
in
way, none of
Arizona.
us looked it up. So
I think there's one
congratulations.
in Arizona. They opened it like 2 years ago. It's burgers and hot dogs and bullshit like that.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I
I
think
guess
so.
they're not so bad. I like a good glizzy from time to time, you know?
Well, their chart says otherwise.
Yeah.
All right, so on the monthly, we are tapping the 97.5% on the HPDR. With volatility, momentum at the lowest point that it's ever been in its entire thing's history. Volatility is coming down from extreme highs. Jewel is still giving you a sell signal. And if you notice the points where it does like to make a bottom at before getting a little bit of a bounce before going to lower lows, on the previous attempt, it was somewhere around the median. On the one before there, it was the 88.3%. The one before there, it was at the 61.8%. This one was at the median. And then the only one that's comparable to where we are now was this one in the initial was the IPO, and it just went straight down until it hit the 100%. And this is the only comparable example to what we have right now, where we are tapping the 97.5%. So if we did a similar move like we had this time over here, that would bring us down to the 100%, and that would be about roughly $1 lower from where we are right now, to somewhere around $4.77. It can wick below this 100% area. It's just extremely unlikely to get a close below that area, and you can use that as a high probability in your favor. That the lower you get below this 100%, it would be a more of a high probability play for a mean reversion bounce to the upside to at least this $4.77 area to maintain closures within this 100%. The 2 week is now starting to flip back up on momentum from 100%. Volatility is contracting from 100%, and the jewel is well within the critical zone. and you've tapped the 100% of the HPDR. So from this point, as long as you're holding about $5.58, more likely you are going to get a little bit of a bounce, and that bounce can take you up to somewhere around $6 to maybe $6.25. But as long as you are closing below this 5 EMA, it's likely just going to be a bearish retest before going lower, and the higher time frames agree with that idea. Weekly also flipping back up, getting out of the bearish control zone. Weekly is putting in bullish divergence by making lower lows on price, higher lows on momentum, and that will give you a target somewhere around this top 38.2%, which is currently sitting around $6.10. Volatility is now sitting at 0%, and momentum is right on the cusp of getting back over the neutral zone. And the jewel's giving you a God mode buy signal. 5-day holding over that bottom 38.2%, also has momentum flipped up. Volatility currently is contracting, and you are also getting the God mode buy signal on the jewel. Would give you a target somewhere around that same $6.10 zone. 2-day also starting to flip back up, getting out of the bearish control zone. 2-day is also putting in bullish divergence with lower lows on price, higher low on momentum, and volatility is very close to going into a contraction phase. And the jewel has now lost the fail signal, flipping into a neutral. Still have the bearish pink below the yellow though. Pink has not crossed above yet. And as of now, you're just getting a bearish retest of 38.2%. As long as you are below that 38.2%, likely you're going to get a little bit of a move to the downside to tap somewhere around $5.50. Close over this 38.2%. That's what gives you your move up to around 610, 615. Daily also starting to get close to flipping back up, almost flipped up, almost back above that moving average, right touching the moving average, with volatility very close to going into contraction. And Jules now still giving you closer to giving you a bearish cross with the pink about to go below the yellow, but it is still above. And once that does confirm, you'd likely will get a little bit of a move down to tap somewhere around $5.50. But since this is happening in the bearish control zone, likely not going to be as powerful as somewhere up here. And somewhere around, as long as you're holding that $5.50 area, likely are going to continue upwards to the sixes. 4 hours freshly flipping down with volatility expansion, and you're getting a sell signal. But in the background, you do have a pink over yellow, so this is more likely to come back down to retest this cross and then flip back around, putting in hidden bullish divergence, holding 550 and getting upwards, move upwards into about $6. And we'll go into RSI. Come on. Do you have enough data? No. Monthly currently has active hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $12.37, and your next target is going to be the critical zone, which is currently at $7. No, actually, that's a bearish control zone. The critical zone is impossible. Two-week also has hidden bearish divergence. You're already within the critical zone, so can't really give you a target from there, and you're at 100% volatility. More likely you will get a bounce. Also lines up with the extreme areas on the HPDR. Nothing there. Nothing there. 3-day has hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $6, and your next target is the critical zone, which currently is at 464. 2-day also has hidden bearish divergence, now putting in another drive, and this will be confirmed with any close below 558. That'll give you a target of the critical zone, which is currently at $4. Nothing. 4-hour has multiple drives of hidden bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $5.74, and your next target is the critical zone, which sits at 474. And things go to momentum. Monthly momentum is flipped down. Wow, what a surprise. What a surprise, huh? This chart has monthly momentum flipped down. I would have thought it would be flipped up. And you're getting volatility at extremes with momentum flipped down as long as you're closing below $9.80. And you are now breaking into the critical zone. However, there is possibility for bullish divergence here because you are still making a higher low on momentum point. But to confirm this bullish divergence, you have to close over $12.37. Little unlikely at this point. Price could double and you would still be below that area. 2 week is also sitting at 100% on volatility with momentum flipped down as long as you're closing below 583. Now we're getting closer to that pivot. Weekly is now also very close to being to flipping back up, also getting very close to that pivot with volatility contracting from 100%, and you will flip up if you can close over 580. 5 days already flipped up with volatility contracting, and you will be flipped up as long as you're closing over 587. You close in 4.5 hours, so this is close to flipping back down. 2 days already flipped back down, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 576. Daily is currently flipped up, and it will freshly to the upside, and it will remain flipped up with volatility contraction as long as you're closing over 560. And 4 hours freshly flipped down, lining up with the idea of a short-term move down from here, and it will be flipped down as long as you're closing below 570. So on the high time frames, this is, to put it lightly, bearish as fuck, and you're tapping to 97.5% on the HPDR. The only other time you've been this low on the HPDR has been this initial move here from the IPO where it tapped to 100%. And if you were to tap that same 100%, that would put us $1 lower, somewhere around $4.70, $4.80, which does line up with a lot of our bearish divergence targets on the RSI. You are getting possibility for bullish divergence on the monthly, which eventually will end up playing out as long as you are holding over these previous momentum lows, which are significantly lower than where we are right now. This is sitting somewhere around the 6s and 7s, and we're currently at somewhere around like 14, 15. So we would have to go way, way lower in price to invalidate this bullish divergence. So I'm thinking somewhere around $4.70 is where we're going to get our big bounce. And as long as that bounce fails to take us over $12.37, it will end up leading to a lower low. Close back over, put in that bullish divergence, close back over 1237, then I can see this thing going back into an uptrend. But until then, likely just going to continue making lower lows and lower highs. On the lower time frames, you are getting momentum starting to flip down, with on the daily being flipped up. Likely leads to a little bit of a move down from here to tap somewhere around 550s. But as long as you're closing daily over on a daily basis over 550, likely do see a little bit of a move into the 6s, but based off of the monthly trend, that's likely going to be a bearish retest, rejection, and lower.
Well, this is fucked.
Absolutely.
By
That's
the
the
way,
textbook term.
yeah. That's what they teach in school. That's what they say you need to do whenever you see a chart like this. Mr. Garlic Bread, we're gonna need a little XRPP.
Wonderful. Now that CZ has been pardoned, XRP is going to be confirmed as the next world reserve currency very soon.
Everybody knows that. Fuck.
I've been seeing some rumored tweets on Twitter, which kind of sound a little funny. That now CZ being pardoned means now he's part of Trump's inner circle, which means Binance is going to IPO soon, and Binance is coming to the U.S. markets. Binance coin to $10,000.
God, we should really. The problem with the internet today is that, first of all, most of those accounts are not real people; they're just machines. But then we should have the people that have these accounts and have like a what's it called when you show your face?
KYC?
No, docs.
Yeah.
We need to have a docs day, and then just have all these accounts that everyone follows religiously, like BTC Archive, Plan B, everyone, and just have them all on a panel. Say, hi, I'm this guy. This is me. And then you'll see how people would be like, oh, fuck, I put all my money into this because I listen to this guy. And they would all come out crying from it. It would be a disaster.
I would go 100x long on one of those betting sites that these accounts are out of one of two places, China or India.
or from the U.S. because the U.S. wants to confuse its own citizens. What do you? Hang on.
Well, I mean, they outsource it though. They don't do it themselves.
Maybe Israel. Maybe Israel then.
I see what you're saying. Well, Israel and the U.S. is one, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly.
Well, they outsource it to the brown people.
Say that again.
They outsource it to the brown people for cheap labor.
That's true. That's so fucking true. All righty. XRP is next for you, Mr. Garlic Bread. Thank you. By the way, Tesla is going to pump because the pay package for Elon is on November. It's announced November 6th or November 9th. So obviously you want to have the highest price so that everyone approves it, and then you can dump. So there you have it. That's why Tesla is not correlating right now with Lucid or Rivian looking bad. It's not robotics. It's just
And
Elon needs his trillion. That's it.
considering how much Elon is getting paid, it would make a lot of financial sense for him to press the buy button and cause the price to go up a little bit. It wouldn't cost him that
100%.
much.
100%. 100%. So everyone's happy right now. Of course, give Elon his money. If this shit was at 300, people would be like, no. But if you're up here, dude, give that Elon his money, please. All right?
He's
So
earned
you're
his $1
good.
trillion.
Give him his $1 trillion. What the fuck? Such a weird reality we're in. Okay. Estamos viendo Portillos, ¿no? O Portillos, depende cómo lo quieras decir, como tortillas o tortillas. Tenemos un máximo histórico por acá que hizo justamente en noviembre del 2021 como si fuera cripto y desde entonces ha caído, vamos a ver qué tanto. El máximo lo hizo por ahí de los 57, 58. Solamente ha caído 90%. Nada mal. Si tenías $100,000, ahora tienes 10,000. La mala noticia es que ante esta expansión de volatilidad mensual, que continúa, por cierto, el punto más bajo de la tabla y para arriba, lo está haciendo ante este movimiento para abajo del precio. ¿Y eso qué nos dice? Eso nos dice básicamente que va a haber continuación ante esta caída. Ahora, yo me atrevería a poner, si fuera a hacer, chartear esta tabla, aquí una línea, me atrevería a poner otra acá. Espérame. Déjame ver cómo se vería esto, cómo se siente esto. Sí, esto tiene más sentido por acá. Ok. Ya no me va a molestar en más porque por ahorita estás jodido si estás invertido en esto porque tienes más para ir para abajo. Todavía no tocas la parte baja del canal. La parte baja del canal está abajo de los $5. ¿Ok? 2 semanas podemos ver que estamos por debajo de todos los promedios. El promedio del 5 nos está rechazando. Tuvimos expansión de volatilidad ante esta caída y adivinen qué, la volatilidad continúa en expansión al 100% en esta tabla de 2 semanas. Todavía faltan 2 semanas para cerrar, pero esto nos dice que tiene más fuerza para continuar empujando para abajo el precio que para ir para arriba. La otra cosa es, tienes un hombro, cabeza, hombro en esta tabla. Y el objetivo de eso es, vamos a ver, acá es tal cual. Vale, ¿cómo lo medimos? Si estás midiendo un hombro, cabeza, hombro, para la gente que no lo pueda ver, rápido. Hombro, cabeza, hombro, ¿ok? Y tienes ya el breakdown justamente acá. Ahora vamos a medir hasta dónde podría llegar con este movimiento medido, que si ya se dio, normalmente sí lo va a seguir. Lo rompiste acá. Y esto nos dice que puede llegar a 358. Y aquí es donde voy a poner mi siguiente línea de esta para la próxima vez que lo pidas, a ver si llegamos ahí o no. 358, 354 es el movimiento medido de este movimiento. Y una vez que lo ves así, es un poco como el mismo tamaño de canal, por lo que lo podrías fácilmente tomar en serio. Semanal, tenemos volatilidad contrayendo después de este movimiento que nos había llevado hasta acá abajo, pero dio continuación. Y aquí es donde puedes esperar, tener esperanzas de que ojalá y esto resetee y te cambie la dirección. Pero por ahora es muy bajista, continúas viendo lo mismo, acción de precio para abajo. El cruce plateado se dio mucho más arriba desde hace mucho tiempo a la baja. Y cada que vienes a tocar el promedio del 9, o sea, si fueras a los 6.18, lo usarías para hacerle un corto y dar continuación, ya sea a la parte baja de este canal en los 470, ¿no? 470, 450 hasta los 350, que es lo que estamos viendo acá. Y esto Ahora, este movimiento medido de los 350 podría ser así, dentro del mismo canal, llegar a la parte baja del canal acá. Ahí es donde intersecta, justamente. Entonces, se puede tardar bastante tiempo en llegar ahí, para que lo tengas presente, con volatilidad contrayendo. Diaria, tienes volatilidad contrayendo también, habías tenido expansión ante la caída y ahora vuelve a caer. Bien, no te dice absolutamente nada. Tienes todos tus promedios aquí abajo. Básicamente bajista, 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 bajista. Y lo más cabrón de esto es, lo primero que te pondría alcista es poder llevarte la media. Lo primero que yo diría es, vamos a juntar acá esto porque esto va a caer. 9.56 sería el primer objetivo alcista. Y el segundo, acá, tus 12.30. ¿Ok? Por estos máximos. Si quieres ser alcista en esta tabla, hasta que no veas esos números llegar, lo siento muchísimo, pero no tiene sentido alguna pensar que esto es alcista. Por ahora está simplemente haciendo bajos más bajos, bajos más bajos y bajos más bajos, y tiene cara que va a continuar. Tenemos que ver un patrón de reversión y no hay nada en esta tabla que nos diga patrón de reversión, pero nada, no hay una sola indicación. Así que esto es más bajista que alcista, y ahora tienes que preguntarte, ¿se va a ir a cero o no? ¿No? Porque ahí es donde yo no sé. La capitula, el valor de esta empresa es de 426 millones de dólares, que no es nada. El volumen de trading es de 747 mil dólares. Nadie está poniendo atención. Y de nuevo, no te estoy diciendo, no te metas en esto, no sé qué. No, simplemente se ve bajista hasta que algo muy fuerte cambie en la tabla. No hay nada que nos diga que esto va para arriba. Pero de ningún lado, cabrón. De ningún lado. Y ya vi que se me olvidó cambiar el ticker. Pero bueno, vamos a la que sigue, que es Home Depot. Déjame la busco por acá en putiza. Home Depot HD. Vamos a ver dónde estamos en la tabla. Me pongo las semanas para aclarar esto. Estábamos ante esta tendencia alcista. Caemos por acá. Uy, esto es un hombro, cabeza, hombro muy grande si nos lo llegamos a llevar, ¿eh? Bastante potente por acá. All right, Mr. Alex, we're ready for some Home Depot cleaning.
The Home Depot. Let's see. My AirPod was in wrong. I had to shift it real quick. Yeah, a little shift action. Let's see. So Home Depot is looking very corrective to me, actually. You're potentially in a breakdown, and you'll know that as little as November. The idea here is really anytime you lose the monthly 9 on Home Depot, you generally just get multiple months of sideways and down on price action. You can see here, once you lost the monthly 9, you went to the 21 not being able to hold, ending up rejecting the 9, going to the 34. Here as well, you lost the 9, you went to the 21, could not hold, went to the 34. And what you notice here is really the moving averages are pretty well respected on Home Depot. Even here, you lost the 9, ended up having a nice dumping action into the next month before getting bought up. Same here, lose the 9, sideways and down. And that's kind of the idea, really, is you do get sideways and down. When we look at the bull market here, that's just what that is. It's a bull market. But even so, once you lost the 9 into the following month, you would get downside at price action. Here, losing it, rejected 21, bottomed, went up. And no difference here in 2018. And then here, I mean, you still went on this monthly because it did get bought up into the next month, but you still went down. Let's measure that to the 21, 4.8%, but still bottom at the 21 before going up. So really this into November is going to be pretty important for Home Depot. We want to see it essentially hold above $385. Now it's not too far away, but what you have here is a massive topping candle, massive evening star on a monthly, potentially a lower high formed. You would be already on a lower high watch simply because of what occurred here in the beginning of the year. Massive sell-off. Yes, the 34 held, but here I'm looking at it taking out the last major higher low. So then that means that, in the following months, you would form some kind of lower high. Has that possibly already been formed right at 420? Specifically, it's $420.60. You can see here, major moves do occur down once you reject that 420 region. So are you seeing that? Is this just the beginnings of a breakdown? Now let's actually check out monthly volatility. Let's measure it, mark it at 15%. And what we can see is you're actually into November going to get possibly a volatility setup, which is important because really the last volatility setup we saw that had follow through. So we had two here. You had one fire off and then it reset. So let's just look. Okay, so you had a move up. Took it from that close up, so it went up 10%. A move down, reset volatility, and then this is where you got the fire off. So it ended up pulling like a 26% move. Very nice, and that's what's potentially brewing in November. You have a volatility setup already at 15%. Into November could contract a little bit more, confirming that, and then possibly at the end of the year you get to fire off. This is going to be the next major lower high that has implications for April's low, which tells you it's not safe. And so what we can do before that is we'll view the monthly 9. If we lose that, there's a good chance you're going to test into the 21 or the 34. We test the 34, just mentally note how many times you've already hit that. The more times you hit support, the weaker it becomes. So if you start losing the monthly 34 into November, I don't think you need to wait for April's low to get taken out. You can just start gearing up for a breakdown, possibly to $300. Now that's all just off the back of this monthly losing the 9. If it loses the 9, you'll get confluence of a bearish retest short. This is where you can potentially enter, and you just simply play the last monthly evening start as your stop loss. So pretty nice setup here if you're shorting, assuming the monthly gives you what you want, which is just closures above under the 9. Now we'll go to lower time frames. The weekly is nice because it's really, to me, gearing up for a move down. You're potentially just forming a nice little channel here off the back of contracting volatility. Now this will really look better on like a 2-day, but we'll just show it. Here you can just see in the beginning of November, you should see some kind of move. Now if we go to like the 2-day, you can just see the channel. And you're right at the edge. So if you throw the 55 off, you're right at the edge of losing the 100. I think that'll be good confirmation if you lose the 2-day EMA 100. Yeah, this potentially is in a breakdown. Confirm though once you take out October 9th's low. When you're in a massive range and you're potentially gearing up for a move, you have to start looking down here. I mean, you're just rejecting the top side of resistance after deviating it. And so far, bears do have the upper hand here, even on the 2-day. You can see losing October 9th's low would mean this is in a 2-day breakdown. Exactly what I mentioned, confirmation of that. But what I was saying is with the EMA 100, if you lose it on the 2-day, that could be your first sign that this is going to break down. Now, we'll just be very mindful of the SMA 200 and October 9th's low, but still many things you should be watching for, many signs for this breaking down, specifically in this region. As long as you do stay under $400, really, you're not going to see any kind of move up. And really, bears are going to try to just solidify this being a breakdown. You're even seeing that on the bi-monthly, and you can see here that, well, that 38.2% is only at 402. So, I mean, if you break down a little rally up, that gives you confirmation of what I was talking about on like the 2-week, which would just be this being just a massive bearish retest. Actually, I think it was the monthly. There it is. But again, wait for the monthly 9 to get lost. You're just kind of playing right in that range right now, which is a big spot. This is where like bulls have to defend. Because if they do defend this into November, reclaim $400, Home Depot will start looking better. All eyes then on this high getting taken out for a breakout to a new all-time high. But until then, I always say when you get very close to an all-time high and you don't break it and you form a massive topping candle on the monthly, you stay under the median, and then you start losing a monthly 9. These are all very concerning signs if you're longing or investing in this. because you have seen pretty violent and long pullbacks. Like, the last one here, this was 4 months of straight down, and then you just consolidated for what, like a year, 2 years? Yeah. From this point, May 2022 till December of 2023, you just consolidated. You can have multiple months of red leading to nothing, consolidation, before you break out. Like, this chart really can just go mute for a while. Because when it does move, it moves. Granted, it's very bullish when it moves up. So in this scenario, if you ended up having, a few months of downside, I would be gauging 300 as a big opportunity zone. And just for my own curiosity, it's about 24% down to the monthly EMA 100. So 20% to almost 300. It's not bad, because remember, the last volatility setup we had on the monthly did give you about a 20% move. So pretty nice chart, honestly. Pretty straightforward, very clean, and it just looks like it's like literally on the cusp of breaking down. We'll be very mindful of the monthly. There's no need to front run that. Really, the monthly could give you a rally back up to 400 in November. That's what you'd be expecting here. People short into this, you close the monthly under the 9. You're not going to get the easy short where you just retest it and move down, but probably rather just moves up to here and then finds rejection. You could even have the monthly median come more down, testing 398, because you haven't really tested the monthly median yet. So, right, you've lost it. You haven't tested it yet. So if you do rally up to the monthly median into November and this moves more down, that'll just be great confluence, this being the next major bearish retest before rejecting potentially. So that's all I have on Home Depot. Very nice chart. Trying to see if I can squeeze anything else out of it. She's telling me anything else. No, I mean, it's even bad on the daily. Just lower highs, honestly. Like, anyone just shorting the 21 has had an easy short using every last major high as their stop. It's just, oh, high, okay, cool, let me use this stop, short here, that worked. You're just kind of trading this, but it's playing in the bear's hands. Usually you just see consistent lower highs before a breakdown. So just be very mindful of that if you're trading this. I really think this is going to break down in November. Now, could be totally wrong on that. 400 your spot. If you get back above 400, all eyes in on that 420 region. But until then, really into November, it's just looking like it's just deviating. This is topped out here by the evening star, and it's just brewing a $400 bearish retest short. So just be very mindful of that.
Thank you very much, senor. Up next, Roblox.
Ah, perfect.
Yeah, some pedophilia in the show.
Got to sprinkle that in.
That's right. Otherwise, ETA is not bullish.
Yeah, I was about to say, does reviewing this make ETA bullish? I think it does.
Yeah, of course he does. Of course he does. Thank you. Perfecto, estamos viendo Home Depot, la tabla de Home Depot, ¿no? Una cosa importante, esta tabla tiene bastantes datos, no sé por qué la tengo en la de 2. Esto salió al mercado en 1981 para que tengan una idea y honestamente este canal puede abrirse desde el 2011, que ha estado en esta mega trayectoria alcista. Lo que quiero hacer es simplemente ver en momentos importantes cuándo reventó y qué tanto, ¿ok? En promedios. Por ejemplo, tenemos esto es lo del 2000, el boom de las .com. Vamos a ver qué tanto cayó junto con la economía gringa. De acá a acá. Bueno, no, no, vamos a hacer una por una. La primera fue 70%. ¿Ok? Y ahora, esto no se recuperó hasta acá, ¿eh? ¿Lo pueden ver? Tomó desde el 2000 hasta el 2013, 13 años. Olvídense del oro y de sus mercados bajistas. Este pedo está más cabrón. Llegó a tocar tope local en el 2004-2005, que fue el techo. Esto y vamos a ver qué tanto más cayó. Otro 60%. Ok, esto fue 70% en el .com, 60% en el 2008. Bien, aprendido, jefe. ¿Esto qué fue? 2019 a 2020. Ok, la vela del 2020 es sola. No tienes que medir nada más que esta vela. A ver cuánto cayó. 40%. Bien, 70, 60, 40. Ok. Y ahora vamos a ver la de acá, que es el 2021 hasta el mercado bajista del 2022, 37%. Bien. Y ahora vamos a la de los aranceles, 25%. Pueden ver que las caídas se han reducido de 70, 60, 40 a 30 a 25% en Home Depot. Por ahora, lo que tenemos es el máximo de literalmente el 2024. No hemos regresado por encima de. Y si fuéramos a poner un promedio de 30% en esta caída, vamos a ponerlo en 30%, donde nos llevaría más o menos a los 307, que es donde te daría la oportunidad. Si tuvieras una corrección estilo 2000, el boom de las .com te llevaría a los 130, una caída estilo 2008, 170, que es donde está el promedio del 100. Literalmente nunca has tocado el promedio del 100 trimestral desde el 2008. 60, vamos a poner un 40%, 260. Yo creo que esta sería la zona más o menos de mayor interés para todo el mundo y es donde yo me atrevería a poner esto acá. ¿Ok? Para que tengamos un buen rango de dónde estamos jugando esto, para que no se vuelva una locura. Una cosa que quiero ver es volatilidad contrayendo al punto más bajo. No al más bajo, pero está a punto de llegar al punto más bajo de toda la historia en la tabla. ¿Ok? Voy a poner esto también para tener una referencia amarilla y línea. Ok. Home Depot está a punto de pintar el setup trimestral más potente de toda la historia, ¿eh? Movimiento grande. ¡Uy! Uy, en la de 6 meses tenemos el punto más bajo de volatilidad en toda la historia. Eso está cabrón. Déjame ver la de un año. En la de un año también vamos para ello. ¡Wow! ¡Qué cabrón! Ok. La de un año, ¿cómo se ve? Tranquila. ¿Qué me dices la de 6 meses? No mames, me fui a 8 horas de eso. Perfecto. No, cabrón. 6 meses. No tenemos ninguna indicación. Ve la topera. Además, Home Depot lo único que hace es estas gatadas, que ya es demasiado tarde para cuando lo ves. Trimestral. Trimestral preparando el setup de volatilidad. Les digo, ya tenemos el más bajo en la de 6 meses. En la de un año vamos por él. Nunca tocamos el 21, no lo tocamos. La última vez que lo habíamos tocado fue el 2023 en el fondo, acá en el 2020. O sea, ya para tocar el 21, la línea amarilla tiene que caer bastante chonchamente. Mensualmente hablando, donde estamos también pintando un setup de volatilidad. Viene, lo vean o no, en todas las tablas hay un setup de volatilidad grande. Y esto es lo que a mí me da la preferencia, tal cual como lo dijo Alex, de que es bajista. Esta tabla mensual tienes una vela topera perfectamente dibujada. Lo único que te puede salvar de que esto tenga seguimiento es poder cerrar por encima de 402 la vela mensual en 4 días y 4 horas. Eso quiere decir que para el viernes tienes que cerrar por aquí encima. De no hacerlo, estarías pintando una vela topera que te puede poner a visitar o estos mínimos o a romperlos. Y ahora, importante acá, ¿qué tienes que ver? Aquí hay un hombro, cabeza, hombro. ¿Ok? Y ahora, ¿dónde parte? ¿Dónde se parte esto? Ok. Y ahora, ¿qué pasa si lo rompes? ¿Cuánto sería el movimiento medido aproximado? digamos que lo rompes acá, te llevaría a los 215. Y eso a fin de cuentas es una corrección de ¿cuánto? 50%. Sería menor que la del 2008, sería menor que la del 2000, pero seguiría siendo la más grande de todas. Eh, seguiría siendo la corrección más grande de todas si esto se llega a dar después de esas dos, para que tengan una idea del tamaño monstruoso. Y ahora, Home Depot es literalmente el pulso de las casas en Estados Unidos. Si la gente no tiene para ir a Home Depot, estamos jodidos, tíos. Así que esperemos que esto simplemente sea alcista y nada más por ahora sea hasta acá y pueda continuar. Por el bien de todas las familias norteamericanas, tuvimos expansión de volatilidad ante este pequeño movimiento a la alza en la de 2 semanas, ahora está contrayendo. Tenemos nuestro promedio del 200, SMA 200 que viene a justamente este punto de los 316. Por ahora, en la de 2 semanas, estás perdiendo el promedio del 9, has estado por debajo ya tuviste un cierre por debajo del promedio del 5, de todos del 34, pero el único que ahora sí que no pudiste pasar en la siguiente vela es el 9. Y si no puedes cerrar esto en 2 semanas por encima de los 391, que es el promedio del 9, por cierto. Aquí los 391 serían básicamente la zona a batir. Si no puedes batir los 391 y cerrar por encima, ya tienes 3 cierres por debajo del promedio del 9 semanal, de la de 2 semanas. Vamos a ver qué pasa normalmente cuando tenemos eso. ¿Cuánto cerraste? 1, 2, tercero para arriba. Bien. 1, 2, tercero. Fondo. ¿Ok? 1, 2, 3, 4. Pero este fue el fondo, tío. O sea, caes pesado cuando estás por debajo y tienes 3 cierres por debajo. 2, 3. Otra vez fondo. Sí. O sea, el promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas es muy importante. Si no lo retomamos ahorita, puede que vayamos a crear un nuevo mínimo. Y ahí va a ser la pregunta si esta zona va a aguantar para el hombro, cabeza, hombro o no. Semanal. ¿Qué tenemos en la semanal? También 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 cierres por debajo del promedio del 9. Bastante malo. Volatilidad está contrayendo en este momento. No hemos venido a revisar el promedio del 100. Lo venimos y lo tocamos en abril. Bueno, rompimos mucho a la baja en abril, luego otra vez en junio, luego otra vez en julio, y desde julio no lo venimos a retestear. Tenemos un cruce plateado a la alza, pero ahora estamos debajo del promedio del 9. Eso no cambia nada. Lo único que teníamos que monitorear es la línea amarilla y la naranja de no cruzarse. Si se llegan a cruzar a la baja, pues nos pondría en otro paradigma por acá. Diaria. Vamos a ver diaria, también volatilidad contrayendo puntos fuertes. Y aquí en la diaria, ¿qué tenemos? A ver, déjame ver. El SMA 200 había funcionado como una excelente resistencia cuando lo perdimos en marzo. Eso quiere decir que para los aranceles, ¿no? De abril fue donde caímos, venimos a retestearlo, lo rompimos a la alza y ahora caemos. Aquí está la línea en la arena, básicamente. Pierdes los 381 y vas bastante fuerte para abajo. ¿Cuál sería el siguiente objetivo? 346, para ponerla tranquila de donde estamos. Entonces, pierde 382, no me veo algo, o 380, que también en la mensual sería el promedio del 9. 380, 382, pierde esa zona y tienes una alta probabilidad de venir a mínimo los 346 y de perder los 346 a retestear los 326 hasta los 316. Ya de aquí se pondría cabrona la cosa. Si llegas a los 286 sería la ganga del siglo y algo estaría muy mal en la economía gringa. Muy, muy mal, para que lo tengan en mente solamente. Aquí lo culero de esta tabla es lo siguiente. Tienes estos máximos, tienes este bajo, que es más alto que este, pero tienes un alto más bajo que este. Por eso es la indecisión, pero se ve más bajista que alcista con una vela mensual topera con seguimiento instantáneo y a menos de que pueda cerrar por encima de 402, no vas a eliminarla, lo vas a confirmar y también cualquier cierre por debajo de 380, 382 confirmaría básicamente la continuación a la baja instantánea de esto. Así que ahí lo tienen con XRP y estaríamos mal si esto va a la baja, si puedes romper los 426 a la alza. ¿Ok? Que es este máximo de la vela topera. Y ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Mr. Farjano, let's see the XRP.
XRP, Ripple coin, or the future of France. La Futura de France. De Francia. There we go.
Well, look at how exciting. Anticipation grows for a potential spot XRP ETF launch. Dude, that's so cool that all banks are buying all
Wow.
of the cryptos that are making us free from the banks. Thank God. Oof.
These banks are taking one for the team. Such good guys.
I know, right? They're the
Can you
best.
believe that?
That's awesome.
Wow. JP Morgan has our best interest at heart. That I know for a fact.
Ah, there you go. Now you're speaking my language, dude. Praise Jesus.
So momentum on the quarterly on XRP is starting to freshly tick to the downside, getting below that moving average, giving you a rejection of your bullish control zone. Right now, it hasn't confirmed just yet. You have about 2 months and 5 days left to go, which will confirm that momentum to the downside, assuming this candle closes red. If this does close red, momentum will confirm to the downside, and at a minimum, you're going to get another test of this 38.2%, sitting somewhere around $2.43. There is still hopium, and that will be your 5 EMA as well. There is still hopium that this will bounce, and as long as you're closing over your 5 EMA, pressure is still to the upside. Start to close below that area, though, and then you're going to get a target of your median, which is significantly lower than price right now, and this is going to move on the close, but right now it's sitting somewhere around $1 flat. That is a pullback from all-time highs of 72%. That's a bear market move to that $1 zone. Very, very, very high probability XRP is going to be in a bear market at that point, and I don't think it's going to stop at $1. I'm thinking it's going to do the classic XRP move and make an ever so slightly higher low off of the previous one. This one was at about 11 cents. The next low was at 17 cents. Then the next low was at 28 cents, just like that. And then 39 cents. Next one, maybe 48 cents, maybe 50 cents. That would be a very, very XRP-like move. Make an ever so slightly higher low, so around that 50-cent zone. And then in the next cycle, send it up to like $6. Or maybe that dude is right and it goes to 21. Who knows?
Fuck.
And the volatility is currently contracting, but momentum is flipping down, which is hopium for a higher low. And as long as you're holding over the 5 EMA, that's also more hopium that you're going to make a higher low somewhere around here, grind out some consolidation, and then continue upwards while these HPDR ranges can step up. Monthly is currently freshly flipped back up. Monthly is putting in hidden bullish divergence, taking out these previous lows with momentum putting in a higher low. That divergence will be confirmed with any close over $3.18. And that would also be closing over this 38.2%, likely sending you upwards or somewhere around the 50% to the 61.8%. That'd be a range between $4.08 to about $6. And the jewel is now losing the curvature to the downside, maintaining the bullish control zone, and once again starting to curve back up. And it's giving you a fresh buy signal. 2-week is now starting to reject the bearish control zone, still below the moving average, however, with volatility contracting. And you're getting a sell signal with, let's zoom in, pink below the yellow cross as well in the bullish control zone, and a rejection of the bullish control zone. Right now, since you're holding this 38.2% and this 21 EMA, probabilities are you're going to come up to retest this median, which is kind of close to the meme line, not really that, a little couple of cents off. The median is at about $3. The meme line is at like $2.90. So somewhere between $2.90 and $3 is going to be your next move. Probabilities are to the median at about $3. But as long as you are closing below that $3 area and the median, more likely you are going to get another retest of this 21 EMA. And at that point, you're probably going to get a breakdown. Close over the median, then you're very likely going to go to new all-time highs, somewhere around like $3.70 to $4. Let's go to weekly. Weekly is now starting to freshly flip back up on momentum, with volatility now going into a fresh expansion phase, and the jewels losing the sell signal, along with holding the bottom 38.2%. That would give you probabilities for going to the median, which right now is at about $2.95, slightly below that $3 area, and getting closes over that median takes you up to somewhere around $3.70, which is that previous number we just looked at. 5-day also flipping back up, getting right around that neutral zone with volatility now at extreme lows, and the 5 days losing the sell signal, also maintaining the bottom 38.2%, giving you an upwards target to somewhere around $2.80. 2-day also flipped back up, getting very close to getting into the bullish control zone with volatility currently contracting. And you're currently retesting this silver cross to the downside. But giving you a close over the median would give you probabilities of a little bit higher to this 55 EMA and this 38.2%, around $2.74. Closing over this area is what sends you upwards to around $3. Daily currently starting to tick down just below that moving average, with volatility also starting to tick down, with the jewel entering into the bullish control zone and giving you a nice buy signal with the pink above the yellow. And the light blue is right next to everything else when that happened. Very nice buy signal right there. Closing over the 200 SMA and backtesting off of it and getting expansion. From here, likely go a little higher towards somewhere around that 270-ish area. Whether you're bullish or bearish, likely you can get a little bit of a rejection there. Would like to see it hold somewhere around this zone, consolidate, and then test upwards to about $3. 4-hour also getting right around that 200 SMA, which lines up with that 38.2%, with momentum freshly flipping up, putting in multiple drives of hidden bullish divergence, and volatility is now expanding, giving us that close over that 38.2%, sends us upwards to about this 270s area, like 279 roughly. Now we will go to our sell. Quarterly is still maintaining over that 21 EMA after getting that closing. Crazy how much of a wick to the downside there was, and we just got a bounce. But this market is not manipulated at all. From open to wick low of 71% in one candle. That's fair free market right there. Buyers and sellers.
Everyone knows people got together all at the same time, and they all thought, you know what? I'm going to sell my XRP right now. It's incredible how it works. And they all did it.
Yeah, everyone just decided to sell it at the same time and dumped it 71%. And then they all decided to buy it back.
Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. It's just, but people make the markets, dude. Don't let any retard tell you that markets are completely just run by computers. Don't let any idiot tell you that. Remember, the news is what moves the markets. They tell you the news. People get instantly all of them at the same time on their phone. They all buy or sell, and that's what moves the markets, not computers, please.
Yeah. Everyone just happened to move their XRP coins to an exchange at that exact same time and click the sell button at the same time too.
Yeah. It's crazy.
It just works out like that.
Crazy how it happens, but that's what they tell me in the news. This is how it works, and also in school, so it must be the way it works.
Yeah, everyone's got like a WhatsApp group or something where they alert each other on this. Like,
I'm sure
now. So we are currently forming some negative news or negative information here. Is there's some significant hidden bearish divergence forming because we are making much higher highs on the RSI, whereas the price is still making lower highs, and this will confirm with any close below about many zeros 20. That will give us targets of the bearish control zone, which unfortunately too many zeros for TradingView to give us a number. Monthly is now forming a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence, confirms in 4 days and 8 hours, and this will confirm with any close below many zeros 240, and that will give you a target of retesting this at the minimum this 55 EMA, which is just about to silver cross. That would be taken as a retest of the silver cross, and as long as you're holding over that on a closing basis, likely will expand from there. There's two invalidations to this setup right here: closing below the silver cross or losing this wick low. I prefer the one on closing below the silver cross because the wick low is 71% of the downside. Not one of those very nice moves where if you get stopped out. Although you can only trade XRP BTC on one exchange, which I will not name. They haven't paid for that.
That's right.
2 week. No, we've made a lower low, so no possibility of bearish. Actually, no, there is possibility of hidden bullish divergence here because we are making ever so slightly higher low. That will be confirmed with any close over many zeros 2599. That'll give us an easy target of the bullish control zone, which currently doesn't tell me what that is. 5 day also putting in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will confirm with any close over many zeros 2301. That'll give us a retest target of retesting somewhere around these highs of many zeros 30. It's a nice move up on XRP. That's like Too many zeros, 3-0. It's like 30% up. 3 days, nothing. 2 day. Nope. Daily's invalidating the hidden bearish divergence. Got the easy move into the bullish control zone. Nothing there. Now we'll go to the dollar. All right. Nope. Nope. This is 3035, and this close is 302. So no bearish divergence because you didn't make a higher high. 2 weeks still got a no, that's invalidated right there. The bullish divergence invalidated. And next one, weekly is putting in a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will be 1, 2, 3, 4 drives confirmed, and this will confirm with any close over about $2.66, and that'll give us an easy target of somewhere between the neutral zone and the simple moving average, which gives us a zone between $3.23 and $3.68. Next target is the bullish control zone with volatility expanding from extreme lows, and that puts us at about $4.15. Lines up with that 417 number on the HPDR. Come on.
Belen just sent me a picture of a store that she purchases shit from. There's 40% discounts. Man, this inflation is getting crazy. So crazy.
So insane. The consumerism is the strongest they've ever been.
They're so strong, and these discounts just mean inflation. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that.
Yeah, because inflation means cheaper prices. That's what they said.
That's right. That's what experts on X tell me.
That's why I'm buying right now a lot of stuff all the time.
Good. You should absolutely go long at all-time highs next to everything on everything. I've learned trust me, I've learned this.
I give you the credit for that too. Alejandro told me to. I'm doing it. So.
Oh no! Here we go.
Right after this live stream, I'm going to Banco de Mexico and paying spot for some gold bars. We're paying 30% commission on top of spot.
Fuck. Oh, that's it. I'm getting clipped. Another 5 years for this shit.
and people are going to clip out the part where it's sarcasm.
Oh yeah, of course. This is how this business works.
You see, he said the prices going down means inflation is up. He's a retard. This is who you're taking TA advice from?
Exactly. My God, what a retard. Oh.
So on the third day, we are putting in a fresh drive of bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $2.18. You've hit the easy target, which is the 55 EMA and the simple moving average. Next level is the neutral zone, which currently sits at about $3. Above there is the bullish control zone, and that would put you at about $3.60, right around our current all-time highs. Today, nothing there. Daily's got bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $2.32. Next level is the bullish control zone. That is at 288. And then the critical zone is just over our current all-time highs at 393. 4-hour has a fresh drive of hidden bullish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing over $2.60. Next level is the simple moving average, which right now is at 284. Lines up with 280s. And then we'll go to momentum. So there we go. Quarterly is still flipped up as long as you're closing over 90 cents. And volatility is now about to go into a contraction phase, freshly for the first time since about July of 2024. And when did we enter contraction? It was October of 2021, and prices just went down until about how many months? A lot of months. Let's just say that.
Many months.
Many months.
There you go.
I'm invoking El Presidente here. Monthly currently freshly flipped up, maintaining the bullish control zone, and it will remain up as long as you're closing over $2.38. And we put in hidden bullish divergence, taking out these previous lows while price made a higher low. And that divergence confirmed on the stochastic, it's easier to confirm it. You just have to flip up. Whereas the RSI, you have to confirm a local bottom. 2-week is currently flipped to the downside with a derp of death, and it will remain flipped down as long as you're closing below 286. Interesting that pivot is 286 because one of the bullish divergence targets was 288. Weekly is currently very close to flipping back up, right at the edge of the bullish bearish control zone, and it will remain we will flip up as long as you close over 258, with volatility and freshly going into an expansion phase out of the extreme lows. 5-day freshly flipped up, rejecting the bearish control zone with volatility expansion, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 218. 2-day also flipped up. Volatility is going into contraction, however, and it will be flipped up as long as you're closing over 232. Our price is at 2669, nice level. Daily also flipped up. Very nice. All we need is this number to go up a little higher, and it'll be at 269, and that'll be the perfect level. And then we can just stop buying there.
Well, we would have to convince everyone in the world, not just the people that run the machines, to be able to do that. Because remember, they're the ones moving the price all at the same time, reading the news.
But everyone's going to see that 269 number, and they already have their sell orders there.
There you go. All right. Now you're using logic. I like it.
That's why these numbers like to be respected. Because
right.
Everyone else is on the meme too.
That's right.
And forget the fact that they couldn't organize it ever again for AMC or Best Buy or Bed Bath and Beyond or any one of these things. No, they'll do it this time.
Someone was asking, "Where's Roaring Kitty?" I'm like, chill, dude. The funds are not trying to make you buy something that's going to make you lose all of your money yet. They're waiting for the next play.
Roaring Kitty is reorganizing back at the CIA headquarters in Virginia.
That's right. Because again, one YouTuber that gets 50,000 views definitely moves the price of something insanely high. This is why anyone with over 2 million followers cannot talk about stocks, right? Because imagine if Roaring Kitty with like 600,000 views was able to do that, what someone could do with millions of views, right?
It's true.
It's and you see the wildest hope regarding this, because they're like, oh, they may be less viewers, but they're worth more because it's finance viewers.
Oh my God. My God.
Copium. So on the daily, you're also flipped to the upside with volatility expansion, and you will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 249. And 4 hours also freshly flipped back up with volatility now just about to start ticking back up from extreme lows, and it will remain flipped up as long as you're closing over 267. Let's go back up into the high time frames. On the high time frames, it is still leaning more towards the bullish side. Although if you do close red like this, you likely will get a little bit of a move down to test somewhere around 240s. And as long as that 240s area is still holding, pressure is still to the upside. If you go to the monthly, momentum is freshly flipped up, putting in hidden bullish divergence. Nice little swing failure pattern right here. One hell of a liquidity grab, taking every single one of our previous lows. 71% move to the downside in one candle, and then a massive buyback. One of the most predatory things I've ever seen in all of crypto right here, and momentum is still remaining to the upside despite all of that insane fuckery to the downside, and momentum is remaining up all the way down to the daily, to the 4 hour, giving you bullish divergences across the board, targeting somewhere around $2.88 from here, and closures over that 288 zone is what sends you upward to somewhere around your current all-time highs, somewhere around $4.15, $4.20. And the next level above there, assuming you get a weekly closure over about $4.20, is somewhere about $6. And I would prefer to see 3 weekly closures over $4.20 to be more safe about that. And invalidation right now would be basically a weekly close below about $2.18 or a tick below $1.58. Either one of those two things, and you likely get a retest at a minimum of this 200 SMA somewhere around $1.
Now, can I show you something that I made?
Indeed.
I forgot about this. Let's go with monthly. Said that by the 10th of October, we would reach, actually, it's here, $121,000 just based on the patterns. Remember the Bitcoin dominance thing that I showed you with the wicks and also the peso? Or not really? Just a refresher. How about this? Just a refresher.
Yeah.
Bitcoin
no, I
dominance
remember
was
this.
this.
Oh, yes, I remember this one.
And then it means that it's going to continue to go up there again because we saw it do it here. And this is how long it took to get beyond that, right? But then before it went down more. And the same thing with the peso, basically, just real quick, where everybody here, when they saw this and it came back down, it was like, that's it. The pesos, the dollar is cooked. And then it just went up. We're basically on Bitcoin on schedule for this one. Let's see if it works. 10th of November, tops. And by the way, this was done when we got the mega wick. So like almost 20 days ago. $121,000 should reject. That we should get there around November 10th. Now, it's not going to be an exact science, right? And by December 15th, we should be around $97,000 taking down this low. Let's see if it works, if it plays out. And the reason why I bring it up is because on XRP, if I put the daily, it kind of looks the same. It looks like the daily could easily make it to here and then in here reject.
Yeah, that would be right along the meme line as well, both the horizontal and the diagonal.
Yeah, on the 290 area. But also at the same time,
target though, so
yeah. And at the same time, this could be a bearish retest, by the way. Of this
what level was that?
The 273.
Also fits my bias. I agree with that.
Okay. What was I going to say? Yeah, because we haven't even tested the 100 and we're just going to fucking butter right through it. That's crazy. But I mean, it can be done, especially when you have volatility set up right here. And you also would have, if it wasn't for that super wick, head and shoulders playing out. So let's just, it's not because of the fucking wick, right? But let's just pretend. Let's just pretend that this was the head. Boom.
Interesting.
And if we take this candle, which is the one that closed above, it actually is closer to that 290. Interesting.
Just my level is 288, so basically hits mine.
Yeah. I guess we'll fucking see what happens here with XRP. Just thought it was very interesting. We're so close to those dates on the chart in price action. We'll see if it really. And by the way, these wicks happen like once every 4 years. So if he does, now we'll know for the next 4 years what to do. Unless they don't repeat them the same pattern, then we're absolutely fucking fucked.
If price action is independent from each other, then we're fucked.
Absolutely. 1 second. XRP, Roblox is doing. Alex is doing Roblox, and we got Sandy asking for FNMA. I don't know what that is.
FNMA.
Let me see.
Let's see.
Fannie Mae. Yeah, this was super bullish last time we checked it, but it was on the monthly. Yep. Continues too.
Right, because people got to pay their student loans again.
Yeah. Basically, you're absolutely right about that. Touche. Okay, so we'll do Fannie Mae right now. I'll do XRP. Thank you, señor. Much appreciated. XRP, damas y caballeros, Ripple, el nuevo sistema financiero de Estados Unidos. Qué locura. Güey, vean esta vela. Qué locura que en un mercado libre, ¿no? Que es lo que nos enseñan en la escuela, todo el mundo al mismo tiempo agarró su teléfono y vendió todo esto. Vendió, perdón, no. Desde arriba de la vela. Vamos a empezar desde arriba de la vela. Una vela de menos 50%, solamente una. Qué locura que todo el mundo vendió al mismo tiempo y luego volvieron a comprar al mismo tiempo. ¡Wow! Lo que es el mercado libre y definitivamente no manipulado. ¡Qué locura! Eh, por cierto, no me había dado cuenta de esto, pero esta vela, es que todavía no cierra. Si esta vela llega a cerrar el mes, tal cual donde está, estaría confirmando esta vela topera mensual. Atentos ahí. Aunque vamos a analizarlo todo para ver cómo se ve exactamente XRP. Trimestral se ve muy alcista. Venimos solamente a probar el promedio del 9 y de ahí rebotamos con mucha fuerza. Una vez más, todo el mundo vendió y compró al mismo tiempo. Entonces, pues, ¿qué podíamos esperar? XRP viene a tener el setup de volatilidad más potente en toda la historia. Y atentos, atentos. La volatilidad está oficialmente contrayendo por debajo de, pero para cerrar esto, todavía faltan 2 meses y 5 días. Así que todo puede cambiar y una vez más, cada que tenemos ese tipo de cambio es cuando tenemos al precio a ajustar, pero todavía no está confirmado. Así que solamente tómenlo por lo que es solamente una idea para que ustedes puedan seguir checando. En la mensual, ¿qué tenemos? Tenemos volatilidad cayendo bajo el promedio con muchísima fuerza. ¿Qué ha pasado las veces pasadas? ¿Tenemos algún patrón por acá de esto? Vamos a ver. Acá. Sí, en la mensual. La trimestral es la que funciona. Pues, efectivamente, después de esta y esta has tenido caídas. Esta todavía no se da. Interesante. Contracción de volatilidad mensual. Vamos a ver qué pasa con la trimestral. Ahora, con eso puesto, nuestra tabla mensual, estamos por encima del promedio del 9, encima del promedio del 5. No, por debajo del promedio del 5. ¿Y hemos tenido algún cierre por debajo del promedio? Sí, varios, pero ninguno por debajo del promedio del 9. Y el 9 se encuentra en los 2.46, interesante, por lo que no da preocupación esto. Lo único que tenemos que checar es esta vela topera. Esta vela topera llega a confirmar con esto, que tal cual un cierre así, tal cual confirmaría, diríamos que pues hasta ahí quedó la cosa. 2 semanas que tenemos por acá. 2 semanas tenemos contracción de volatilidad, está yendo a un punto bajo, pero nada, o sea, han visto esto fue de verdad un movimiento fuerte. Ahorita no tienen nada que nos esté diciendo lo contrario. En la de 2 semanas estamos por debajo del promedio del 9 y del 5. Y hemos estado por debajo del promedio del 9, sí, varias veces. Y no en la primera, pero sí hemos tocado fondo después. Ok, por bastante tiempo estuvimos acá. ¿Qué fue? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 semanas por debajo del promedio del 9. Llevamos apenas 1, 2, 3. Y ahora estas son 2 semanas. Entonces, 8 y 8, 16. 16 semanas por debajo del promedio del 9. Entonces, esto no es nada. Simplemente ver el promedio del 9 venir a los 2.89. Ahora, lo que estamos a punto de ver es un retesteo bajista. Puede ser de dos cosas. El promedio del 5 junto con esta zona, lo pueden ver ahí, o el promedio del 9 junto con esta zona. Y esto es en la de 2 semanas. Ténganlo en cuenta, todos ustedes. Vamos a la semanal. Semanal tenemos volatilidad expandiendo apenas, ¿no? Porque en esta, por más que haya subido por encima del promedio, yo pondría aquí mi línea de expansión de volatilidad, no la de antes. Porque la de antes no, literalmente solamente el promedio bajó por debajo de la volatilidad en esta. Pero si lo vamos a tomar en cuenta, es expansión a la alza. Hay que mantener un ojo aquí bien pelado. 15%. Ahí está. Déjame lo bajo tantito, a ver si me deja. Ahí está. Pueden verlo acá. Esta expansión nos está llevando para arriba. Y acá en la semanal, lo que podríamos venir a estar haciendo es un retesteo bajista de todas estas cosas y de esta zona. Es lo que se podría dar, pero el pompazo, pues nadie te lo quita, güey. Desde aquí abajo hasta donde estamos, ya estamos hablando de un 69%. Nice. Nada mal. Nada mal si me preguntan. Vamos a 3 días. 3 días, no, creí que teníamos un cruce plateado a la baja. Habíamos perdido el promedio del 100, pero parece que estamos haciendo un SFP literalmente rápido, pum, para arriba. Y lo que tenemos que romper es justamente los 275. Esto lo pone más fácil en todo, en realidad. Y acá tienes expansión de volatilidad ante este movimiento alcista en la diaria. Bien. Ok, en la diaria lo pone más fácil que todas. Diría, porque vienes con el promedio del 100. Checar acá, vas a venir definitivamente a esta zona en los 270, ¿no? De donde estás. Aquí, si puedes romper esta zona a gusto y continuar, vas a venir a esta zona en los 290 y cacho. Y si no rechazas acá y te llevas los 310, vas a ir a $4.20. Pero si llegas a hacer esto y esto, aquí es donde podría cantar muy diferente la cosa, porque eso quiere decir que hiciste un S&P del promedio del 200 y simplemente vas a continuar a buscar un nuevo mínimo, sea por debajo de los 218 o por debajo de este velazo en el 158. Así que es lo que tienes que estar al pendiente en este momento. Si eres alcista, quieres llevarte los 274, después los 290 y después estos 310. Es lo que te confirmaría eso. Y si eres bajista, lo único que tienes que hacer es rechazar acá o acá en los 290. Aquí hay dos oportunidades de corto con una invalidación muy grande. Aquí tú tienes que poner probablemente un trailing stop para tu trade o ponerte un objetivo, ¿no? Pero ya saben, oye, con lo poco predatorio que es XRP, es una buena idea para hacer este trade. Es más fácil apostar a largo y a ver si esto se aguanta por acá y puedes empezar a hacer esto. Que corto, porque la invalidación, tíos, está aquí arriba para un corto. David, también para un long, ¿no? Está aquí abajo. Estás en medio de todo. Yo esperaría que se dé un movimiento agresivo de XRP, sea a la alza o a la baja, y hacer lo contrario. Es lo que yo esperaría. Por ahora, simplemente eres alcista, aguanta tu promedio del S&P 200 diario en los 260, después llévatelo el promedio del 100 en los 273, después los 290 y de ahí los 310. Y ahí ya puedes empezar a soñar una vez más con todos los sueños guajiros que tiene la gente, los miembros de la comunidad en XRP. Y con eso dicho, vamos a la que sigue, damas y caballeros. All right.
Nice.
Roblox.
Let's check out how Roblox is doing. Let's see. Okay, so not too bad. So we have the point of interest on the weekly that really we just need to break 150 and we'll really be able to break out of here. Until then, it's going to be a struggle for bulls to actually reach that. If you get a wick high rejection, this just makes the objective harder for bulls to break out. But what you're noticing now is you're just falling between that 130 to 126 range. It's tight, but you can just see clearly you get bullish price action above 130. And really bears are trying to break 126. But every time you do get a breakdown, it's just been slowly getting bought up. So now we're at a pretty big spot. We have 4 days to go on this weekly. You do see you had a nice deviation, still holding the weekly 9, but it's still a tricky spot. Bears are simply just going to try to reject this week at 130 and move down. Losing 126 signals to me weakness. You've lost the weekly 9, which has been holding really since the start of April. So really we've just been moving up since April, trailing this 9. And so if you lose 126, it will be a good sign that, yeah, you will get a deeper pullback specifically to $118 or just that 21. But that's a big spot because in my opinion, really, bulls are trying to solidify bullish structure here, trying to get a breakout. If you start really specifically taking out September 29th's low, moving to the 21, I'm not really going to be convinced it's going to hold. Probably get a mean reversion bounce, and that's why then this range will be very important. If you start seeing $126 flipped into resistance, to me, that'll be a concerning sign. So that's what bears want. Bulls simply just want a breakout here. 130 holds on a daily, moving up to the $140 region. If you start taking out October 13th high, I do think that'll be the start of the move to potentially filling this wick at 150. Now let's see the daily. You can just see it's tied up nicely. Daily just simply reclaims the 9. It's going to be in a buy trigger. More of a greater chance of seeing that breakout to that 140 range. Just that high. We, are finding resistance in. But really, I mean, this 130, you have seen pretty nice rallies off of it. And even in the midst of this dump, it did get bought up. So That's kind of the idea. If you're bullish, you just need to see 130 really flipped into solid support if you're going to get that nice move up to the all-time high. It's really going to be crucial for bulls. But you can just see even on the daily, you're still on a sell trigger, and this just gives you confluence of the weekly, which is just as simply a bearish retest of the meme line. Because the daily, well, you had a massive red candle, okay. Now you've rallied up, you're testing the cluster of moving averages, which just makes it an interesting point. We know 130 is a pretty big spot. Today, you're really going to need to see this just to stay under. If today stays under 130, it starts solidifying that being resistance on the daily, which just has implications for that weekly close, which is happening in 4 days. So, I mean, a lot can happen, but 4 days is a long time. Might as well look at the daily and see day by day. You're even seeing BBWP reach a volatility setup possibly in the next few days. So that just gives you confidence that, yeah, a move can be, occur here. It is just going to be up or down. That's the harder part. For now, it's more in bear favor. But again, you just quickly can see where that can shift on the daily. So you're really just like pressing the 38.2%, the bottom side of it. Can see getting above the 130, can start moving up to that 136, which is the median. Good confluence, what I was saying. Really, this 130 is just separating bulls from that move up, squeezing out shorts here. Okay, so now let's go to the 5-day. Let's see kind of what the chart looks like here. Again, just not the cleanest. After this wick high rejection, you came down. You took out potentially the last higher low here. Even it started to move up. The only objective was to take this high out. You still have not done that. Now, you're not taking out the previous lows, which is nice, major lows. But the tricky part is even on this wick up, you didn't actually take out that high here. That was formed on September 23rd. So it's a little dirty. And now you can really just see if this 5-day loses that 9, again, just signals weakness and has implications for the weekly. Because again, this has just been holding since April solidly. So that's why I'm using 126 as kind of the spot. I think if you see a 5-day close under 126, that'll be a really good sign that you are going to see a breakdown here. But until then, you still see it is tricky. You are still holding. It's 3 hours to go. And, bulls, granted, could pick this up. Just get it back above that 130 region, specifically like 131. They've secured it. This looks like a breakout, throwback to then maybe more upside. And that's why really it's, again, you can just look at the daily today. This either sells off today or you get back above that 130 region. And that'll be confluence, maybe squeeze out shorts. And if you have been shorting this, that'll be a good indication to maybe cover, de-risk a bit. Because, I mean, you really won't see any reason why this can't move up. You've seen it break out, hold, and then that's just the start of the 140 region. So really, honestly, a nice chart on like the daily. But then when you start looking at it on like a weekly, 5-day, bi-weekly, it just becomes more tricky. Now let's look at the monthly and see if it's even better. That's fun price action. Really, it's just like this slow grind up to this high. Not seeing much here though on this week monthly. You can go to the 5. You can see we've just tested the 5, EMA 5, and so again, just more confluence in November, that 126 region. I'm curious to see what the bi-weekly is. Have a bear flag? No, not really. Really aggressive bears will call this a bear flag. I'm not really calling that. To me, this just looks like the slow grind up, trying to fill this wick, like this stair step up before elevator down price action. But you quickly just see where you're wrong on that. If you just start flipping 131, 130, this has a really good chance of at least going to 140. From that point, still like a 7% move, so not bad. But just understand, as long as you stay under 130, it's going to be trickier. And if you start rejecting this region, watch 126 very closely. That starts getting lost. That'll be your first indication that, yeah, this can start moving down. And even on the daily, you are in a sell trigger. As long as you really are under the 34, you're going to have a move to like 118. So just be aware of that off the back of low volatility. So that's all I really have on Roblox. Again, just not the cleanest chart on the higher time frame, but at least the daily and 2-day kind of tie it up nicely. You just really easily see where this can go up if you reclaim 130, but also you're not going to get too bullish here because it could just reject here, even in the midst of this green candle, and then move down. You saw it before, lost it, came up, was looking bullish, and then closed more in doji. So that's why it's better just to wait. Stocks are easier when you have patience. They're just pretty easy. At least they give you more. I think they give you more time to position crypto. Because even here, this is pretty easy positioning. Reclaim. Okay, let me long the throwback. That worked. Okay, let me long more. That worked. Long more. That worked. And then you've lost it. Should have looked at this as resistance. Broke through. Didn't hold the throwback. Now is this resistance? Just a big spot. So that's all I have on Roblox, honestly. Let's see if the 126 gives or if 130 reclaims.
Oh, I was muted. Very nice, senor. Thank you so much for that. To me, this is what we need to break in order to go to those 232, this uptrend right here. We're at a great spot, but nothing is for sure. So we'll see. What was I going to say? Faraday Friday is next for you. Faraday Futures, I'm sorry, which is FFAI.
Oh, okay, cool.
Faraday Friday's fucking watches. I keep forgetting.
Yeah, and Roblox, even on your chart, like you see just easily, you take that wick high out, you will break out again very easily, but just a tricky spot, deviating 132. Monthly is a little tricky, but you do even on your chart see that 127, 126 gets lost, probably is going to dump.
Yeah, to 111's minimum or possibly to $99, which is where the EMA 9 is, by the way.
And your 112 is right by that EMA 100 on the daily. 118 is where it's at. So like that just shows like you can start moving down pretty hard if you lose 126.
Yeah, it's kind of like, what do you want? You lose this, bearish, you get this, at least you're bullish up to 141.
Yeah, exactly. And then if 141 gives, okay, cool. Maybe you test that wick high, you break out. But it's just tricky. It is just a tricky chart.
Yeah, it's playing right in the middle of, I might break down, but I might also continue to go up. Also, you have a nice little trend line here that would help you. If you're going to use this,
and that gives you that daily bearish retest of like the daily moving averages
right here. Exactly.
Line, yeah.
Yep, that could be that. Really, that's wild. All right, perfecto. Thank you, senor. And yeah, FFAI for you.
Sweet.
Which I'm sure it's now looking terrible.
No, it's always a fun.
Hasn't it always?
Well, yeah, but it had that pump that for a while it doubled my $50 or $100 that I put in it.
Yeah, let me see. It moved up. Yeah, it moved up a good amount actually. Like 30%, I think.
Up?
I think I can't remember. No, maybe we looked at it in April. That's what it was.
Did their CEO embezzle more money?
No, it's down. It's coming down. It's literally just going sideways after coming down. We said, break this down and you're going to go down, and it's just literally right there on the 150 area. Because we were right here. This is where we got excited because the SMA 200.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's when it was. And it did pump a lot. It did like 200%.
Yeah, to 360.
Then it just fizzled out.
Of course, right? Fuck us all. Can never catch one of these to make me a trillionaire overnight.
Unfortunately not.
One day. One of these days.
We're the miner. We're about to hit gold. Just keep trying.
Yeah. True. By the way, the people that are saying sell your gold and buy your Bitcoin, I have a question for them. So is inflation over? Right?
No, it must be because we're, QE
Selling
starting.
gold, right?
So
But then why would Bitcoin go up if
Because
inflation is over?
the banks are selling their gold to buy Bitcoin.
Oh, that's why. No. Central banks. Thank you.
Thank you, Fine. That makes a lot of sense.
That makes all the sense in the world. That's incredible. Perfect. Oh, thank you. Thank you, sir. Vamos a ver. Estamos viendo Roblox y lo estamos viendo en una tabla mensual. No nos vamos más allá de esto porque esto salió apenas en el 2021. En marzo hizo su máximo histórico en noviembre del 2021 para después venir y romperlo justamente en julio del 2025 después de una terrible guerra de aranceles y ahora estamos justamente acá. Este es el famoso patrón de taza y copa, ¿no? Y agarradera. La cosa aquí es, después de que revientes esta línea que viene del primer máximo al segundo máximo, te vas a ir a los 232. Es el objetivo que tengo después de esto. Y estos objetivos normalmente se dan. Pero lo primero que tienes que hacer es romper esto, los 150 y empezar a cerrar por encima de. Por ahora lo que está haciendo es una consolidación y parece ser alcista. Vamos a poner nuestra volatilidad que está ya contrayendo. Habíamos tenido volatilidad expandiendo del punto más bajo justamente aquí. ¿Ok? No. Una vela después, tío. No mames, pendejo. Ahí está. Así de bonito me hablo. Y esto que nos dio este tremendo movimiento a la alza, ¿no? Ya lo vieron. Y ahora tenemos contracción de volatilidad en la mensual. Esta contracción de volatilidad todavía no está confirmada. Tenemos que cerrar esta vela, que todavía faltan 4 días y ¿cuántas horas? 4 horas para cerrar y para que yo me vaya de vacaciones. Así que y también, qué mala idea, qué mal timing. Me voy a ir de vacaciones justamente cuando acabo mi ayuno de 5 días. A ver qué pedo. A ver cómo nos va, brother. En fin, tenemos, ahorita les voy a enseñar esto, pero por ahora tienes el toque del máximo histórico y tienes esta consolidación alcista que está literalmente solamente yéndose de lado después de este mes. Fue 1, 2, llevamos 3 meses yéndonos de lado. Vamos a la de 2 semanas, donde vemos que volatilidad también ya contrajo después de este gran empujón a la alza. Pueden ver que comenzó por acá y nos llevó a este máximo histórico y ahora está contrayendo la volatilidad. No al punto más bajo de toda la tabla, pero ni cerca, pero va bastante en picada. Vamos a mantener un ojo por acá en la de 2 semanas. En la de 2 semanas no tenemos nada revelador, honestamente. Tenemos una vela envolvente bajista y luego tenemos esta vela topera, pero no tenemos nada de confirmación. Para confirmar la vela envolvente bajista tendríamos que cerrar la de 2 semanas en 2 semanas por debajo de $120. Para confirmar la vela topera tendríamos que cerrar por debajo de 124. Y ahora esta es una gatada. ¿Por qué? Porque ¿qué pasa si cierras aquí, en los 123, en medio de los dos? Para que veas, no tengo ni puta idea. Que solamente puedes activar esta y no se activa. No, no tengo ni puta idea. Pero lo que sí sabría es que perderías el promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas. Y la última vez que perdiste el promedio del 9 en la de 2 semanas, tuviste una corrección bastante buena, que fue de los 76 a los $50. Es una corrección importante, atentos, de 33%. Si fuéramos a tener lo mismo, digamos, ¿no? Serían $100 ahorita esa corrección y sería bastante importante. Bien, semanal, perdón. Semanal nos está preparando un setup de volatilidad del punto más bajo en la tabla semanal de toda la historia para Roblox. Esto quiere decir que viene un movimiento bastante agresivo. Ahora, estos buicazos, se los he dicho varias veces, lo que hacen es la gatada de la continuación un mes después, ¿no? El 25 de julio, pero ya pasó todo ese tiempo y no hemos llegado. Entonces puede que esto, bueno, no voy a adelantarme. Tenemos el setup de volatilidad más bajo en toda la historia, pero estamos por encima de todos nuestros promedios, aún así, en la semanal. Voy a poner la de 3 días, donde estamos ya pintando también un setup de volatilidad importante. Venimos y nos agarramos el promedio del 21, que no lo habíamos tocado desde, estoy seguro que los aranceles, efectivamente desde abril. Y en abril llegamos a tocar el promedio del 100. El promedio del 100 está en los 89. ¿Ok? Si venimos, tenemos otro ajuste, muy probablemente sea por acá en los 93. Recuerden que esto tiene que continuar. Y nunca hemos tocado nuestro promedio del 200 de 3 días, ¿o sí? Sí, sí, también en mayo, en la caída de, ¿cómo se llama? En la caída de, puta madre, no, es el reverse carry trade de Japón, ahí lo tienen, ¿ok? Esto es en la de 3 días, interesante e importante, ¿por qué? Me los llevo a la diaria. Diaria también está cayendo volatilidad, está a punto de tocar el 15%, lo pueden ver por acá, estamos en 19% y eso nos dice que viene otro setup importante, movimiento importante. Hemos tocado el promedio de los 200 y el del 100, la línea morada y la roja, en el bajón de abril. Si fuéramos a tocarlo hoy, estos 99 sería la zona de soporte para hacerlo comparable. Ahora, la cosa aquí es esto. Vamos a ver este uptrend que viene desde julio del 2025. Tenemos nuestro máximo histórico. Lo tocamos, venimos a la parte alta del canal. Lo tocamos y caemos, venimos a la parte alta. Ahora, esto es lo que no me gusta de esta tabla. Si quiero juntar este con esto es un retesteo bajista. Pero si hago esto, sigue siendo alcista. ¿Me entienden? Porque no estoy usando estos wicks. Ahora, cuando vas a hacer esto, tienes que hacerlo normalmente con la primera que viene por acá. Yo usaría esas velas. ¿Por qué? Porque esto es el primer spot que viste. Ahora, este cerró por debajo, este cerró por arriba, por debajo, por debajo, por debajo, por debajo, por arriba, por arriba, por arriba. Y lo que yo haría acá es poner otra de estas así. Y esta la haría de esto. No puedes romper la zona de los 132 a la alza. Vas a venir a la parte baja de este canal en los 127 hasta los 126. Pierdes este canal, ahora sí que te rechaza bajistamente esto y vas para abajo. Lo único que tienes que hacer si eres bajista es llevarte los 125 para abajo y eso más o menos te pone para ir a buscar los 120 y de ahí los 100, y por cierto, los 120 acá que vienen con este mínimo, está justamente el EMA 100 diario llegando por ahí. Y de no poder aguantar, que el EMA 100 diario lo recuperamos tal cual en la caída de los aranceles, aunque sería la primera vez que lo tocas, por cierto, desde entonces. Sería importante decirlo. Y tienes el promedio del 200 viniendo por acá. Oportunidades en Roblox. Oportunidades en Roblox nuevas sería una caída al nivel de los 120 hasta acá, a los 117. Y acá tu invalidación va a ser aquí abajo en los 112. Segunda posibilidad es obviamente el rango de los 112. Y la más cabrona, si es que se llega a dar, es esta. Para después continuar a la alza. Ahora, ¿dónde sabemos que todo esto valió verga? Pierde el S&P 200. Y tenemos que ver para dónde disparan los ceros de volatilidad en la de 3 días. Me imagino que la de 2 días también tiene uno mínimo. Exactamente, la de 2 días. Y vamos a ver, la semanal, ¿qué es lo que tenía? Semanal, tienes el promedio del 21 y el 34 que van a estar por acá y el 55 por acá. Es simplemente eso. Literalmente, quédate en la diaria. Nos acercamos a esto. Y en la diaria es básicamente, si eres alcista, ahorita, si estás aquí y no te has metido en un trade, no te vas a meter acá. Lo que quieres hacer es romper los 132, convertir esto en soporte e ir para arriba. Antes de que conviertas esto en soporte, estás especulando al 100% sin saber exactamente a dónde va. Ahora, rompe la zona de los 127 a 126, vas mínimo a este cuadro, después a este en los 112 y acá. Y estaríamos equivocados de que estas son oportunidades siempre cuando te lleves los 141 para arriba, 142, que es bastante lejos de invalidar. Entonces, Roblox tiene más cara que quiere corregir, pero puede rápidamente probarnos mal. Simplemente, primer paso, retomando el promedio del 9, segundo paso, retomando los 132 y después tercer paso, trepándose al nivel de los 141. Es como nos probaría equivocados. Si eso se da, pues no te dio oportunidad de entrar a menos de que te la rifes acá y una vez más tu invalidación está aquí abajo para que tengas un gauge de lo grande que sería ese margen. Y puede que hayamos hecho ya techo en el pecho con esto, puede. También no puedes descartar que esto sea parte de la jugada. Lo puede ser así o, ¿saben qué? Me gusta más esta. Así. Porque esta es la que sigue, puesta así. Entonces, esto tiene hasta el 6 de noviembre. Algo tiene cara que el 10 de noviembre, para el 10 de noviembre, 5 de noviembre, algo va a pasar. No tengo ni puta idea que sea alcista o bajista. En todas las tablas tiene cara de que es lo que sigue. Así que ahí se los dejo. Eso es Roblox, damas y caballeros. What is next, Fannie Mae?
Yeah.
Which is
and Bitcoin is still playing out too. Nice.
This piece of shit.
It's FNMA.
FNMA, you're right.
Reminds me of TMNT. Alrighty. 6 months got enough data, so we'll go off of that one. This thing's been around for a long time. Been around since
the stock market's been around, basically.
Yeah, 19 whatever. And we are currently getting a rejection of the 6-month 100 EMA. We're getting well beyond the 100% range, giving you high probabilities that you are not going to close above this area. More likely, you're going to get a little bit of a pullback before the end of this candle, and ideally, or theoretically, hold below this 100% because you have been holding the 100% range on every single test before. Despite getting wicks below it or above it, you have been holding it. This previous one was a hold of the 100%. Every single one of these bottoms is right off that 100%. Right over here, off the 100%, 100%, 100%, every single one off the 100%. So that does give you a high probability area for a short as of this moment for a quarterly close below somewhere around $5.62, which is a hell of a move to the downside. That is like a minimum 50% move down from here. I don't know if you can buy puts on this thing, but seems to be the high probability play right now. It'd be nicer if you could trade futures because then you don't have to be right on the timing. You just got to be right on the direction or perpetuals. With 6 months sitting at 100% on both momentum and volatility, telling you are in the zone for a mean reversion at the very least. Quarterly now starting to pull back on momentum with volatility also starting to contract. You are getting a tap of your 100% on the HPDR, but you are holding over your 100 EMA. And as long as you're holding over your 100 EMA, you can't really be looking for lower. The confirmation for more of a deeper pullback is going to be once you lose this 100 EMA. And then at a minimum, you're going to get a move down to this 55 in year 9, right around $6.55, closer to that $5-ish number. And that's where you get pretty significant pullback. That's like almost 50% down from there. And this is also respecting a rejection of that 100% on the HPDR. We're on the monthly. Monthly is currently also flipped down on both the momentum and volatility, with the monthly giving you a God mode sell signal on the jewel. Let's zoom in a little bit, see if we made a high. We did, so there's no bearish divergence. And this is also giving us a rejection of the 100%. But on the monthly, the HPDR ranges have stepped up, not quite as much as you would like to see for continuation to the upside, more so for more consolidation / a little bit of a pullback to tap somewhere around like $7-ish to $6, which would be a retest of your 38.2%, giving you that 45 to 50% move down. That's like twice what traditional markets would consider a bear market. Currently, 2-week is just started, ever so slightly starting to flip down, getting right below that moving average. Volatility starting to contract also, and we're getting a fresh sell signal on the jewel with the pink just about to start going below the yellow, with the dark blue giving you that sell signal within the bullish control zone. This is a pretty major sell signal. It's on the 2-week too, which is a quite high time frame. Lines up with that quarterly not closing over that 100%. Let's see what happens when we get a move sell signal like this and what kind of results it produces. Let's assume it confirms right here. When's the last time we had this one? Wow, even in 2020, it wasn't in the bullish control zone. I'll still take it, but the one we have now is more powerful. $2014 was not in the bullish control zone. 2008 was not even from the bullish control zone. Wow. Do we have one from the bullish control zone? Oh, we do. This was 01. And let's take a measure from here and see what we got. Where's the price? Oh, there it is. Price dumped. Well, first you bounced up about 1.6%, and then you went down about 12.4 and 30%. Yeah, about 30%. Now let's see this one. Oh, this one was much bigger, or at least looks like it. Started here. Yeah, it was bigger. 48%. Oh, this was 08. Oh, good lord. 99%, 99.41%. What the fuck? What was it in? Oh, it was the defaults, right? That made it go down so much.
It was what? I'm sorry.
The defaults that made
Yeah,
oh,
of course.
Wow.
You have a debt crisis, right? That's what plays out.
God.
99%. Just a small correction. I wonder if this thing will ever trade in the $70 range ever again.
I mean, it took fucking since 2009, right? After it dropped 2008, it took literally almost 20 years for it to just get back above $10.
That's wild. And then on this one, another tranquilo 58%. So it looks like the sell signals on this thing should be taken quite seriously. Here's another one. And it gives you the tops too. 65%. Wow.
Whoa.
In 1 month.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Who would have thought the traditional markets would print like that quickly? And that's just off the back of one indicator. So let's just assume it confirms here and bring it down a tranquilo 40%. And that's being generous.
Well, that's to like $6.
$6-7 and about 50%. 50% brings us exactly to my $5.80 number. Beautiful. And it's a perfect tap of our 55 EMA. I like this number. I'm not going to bother with the 99% because I don't think the similar situation is going to happen. Weekly is currently flipped to the downside, well in the bearish control zone, with volatility expanding, and the weekly jewel is still playing out that sell signal with the pink below the yellow, and you're getting the dark blue losing the bullish control zone now. But this you are in the zone for more a little bit of a bouncing here, considering you are holding your 21 EMA, and although you are still below your 9, targets the upside if you do get closures above your 9 would be your 38.2% at around $13.80, but you are still highly likely to reject this zone if you even make it there. Based off of the quarterly, I don't even think you're going to get that high. I think you're just going to maintain rejections of your 9 EMA and then continue dumping from there. The 5-day, 5 days already playing out that idea with getting a nice rejection of our 50%. Didn't even quite make it to the 38.2%. And we're once again below that 9 EMA. Once we get a closure below the 9, that's going to give you a retest over 21 for a little bit of a bounce. But I do think that bounce is going to fail, and you're likely going to come down to this 55 around that $7 zone at that point. And I do think that bounce is going to fail also, and you're not going to actually bottom until you test this 100 in the 5s. That's one hell of a pullback. 2 days now starting to flip back up, going along with the idea of a short-term bounce. High probability the top is in, considering as of this moment, as long since you are rejecting 38.2%, and as long as you're closing below the bottom 38.2%, this local top is likely going to be in, which will give you a rejection of the bullish control zone and flip back down into the bearish control zone, and that'll put in hidden bullish divergence because you are now taking out these highs while price is still trading below that area. Daily is also getting momentum extremely to the upside, with volatility also almost topped out, tapping the 95% range on the HPDR. And now you're once again below your 55 EMA, and as long as, or actually 21, and the confirmation for the next move, next leg down is going to be losing this 55. Once you lose that, then you're going to get basically nothing but air until about $10.50. 4 hour also extremely to the in the extreme ranges to the downside though on momentum with volatility expanding, telling you likely you're going to get somewhat of a bounce from here. Also, that bounce maybe takes you up to somewhere around $12.30. Unlikely you're going to break past that area though, based off of the quarterly being above the 100%. Let's go into RSI. Nothing there. Nothing there. Nope. Didn't quite make the hidden bullish divergence. 2-week currently has multiple drives of bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below 1287. Lines up with that quarterly being above the 100%. And your easy target has been hit up, which is to the 9 EMA. Your next target is the 21, which currently sits at about $9.25. Let's see if it lines up with any of your RSI targets. And not really. Your neutral zone target is at about 629. I like that number. Weekly, nothing. 5-day, nothing. 3-day, nothing. 2-day currently has active bearish divergence. This will be active as long as you're closing below $12.87. Next target is going to be around $10.40, and then somewhere around $8.88. And then eventually your the extended target is going to be around this 200 SMA, around that $5 zone. And this will continue to rise with every single close. Let's see if it lines up with any of our bearish critical zone lines. Pretty close to that at about $6.15. Daily, nothing. 12, nothing. And nothing there. Then we go to, actually check the 2 and then go to momentum. Nothing. Quarterly is still pointed strongly to the upside. Projection to this next open to be at the edge of the bullish control zone, and you're going to be pointed up as long as you're over 55 cents. Wow. The real pivot is going to be on this next open though. Once you're at the edge of the bullish control zone, this pivot likely does go up significantly. We need to see if it goes over price action or not. And as long as it does not go over price action, it's still leaning more bullish. Quarterly is still also pointed up and is going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over $7. So a move to the downside would just be a test of the quarterly pivot. Monthly is currently freshly pointed down, and it will remain pointed down as long as you're closing below 1352. And no, there's no bearish divergence because it made a higher high. 2-week is also pointed down and will remain pointed down as long as you're closing below $15.10, with volatility contracting the entire way. And 2-week currently has bearish divergence because you are making lower highs, 3 drives of bearish divergence, while momentum is pointed down. And hopium is volatility is contracting. Weekly also pointed down. It's going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below 1301. 5-day also pointed down, going to be pointed down below 1314. 2-day currently pointed up with a derp of life, volatility contraction, and it's going to remain pointed up as long as you're closing over 1017. Although, as long as you're trading below about $12.87, probability is in that the top is in. Daily currently also pointed up with volatility contraction, and it's going to be up as long as you're closing over 1114. 4 hours now freshly pointed down, going along with the idea of the top being in with a derp of death, and you're going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below, remember this, $12.05. There we go. And even the 2 hours pointed down is going to be pointed down as long as you're closing below $11.59. So in the high time frames, this is still leaning more, significantly more towards the bullish side because we are going to be pointed up as long as you're closing over 55 cents. And we're getting a double extreme now off of volatility. Interesting that the first extreme was in 2013, and now we're getting the double extreme in 2025. And the real pivot, the real signal for what's to come forward is going to be whatever this pivot is on this next close, because then we're going to be at the edge of the bullish control zone. At that point, it is going to be a lot more difficult for the bulls to keep momentum up. So this pivot likely does go up by a lot, but ideally, it's going to for the bulls, this will stay below price action, and if it does, that'll signal continuation to the upside. What also leans towards that happening is that you've taken out the previous major lower high, and at this point, you have switched this back into an uptrend, and since you got a higher high, now you should be looking for a higher low, which you very likely will get because you're well below, beyond the 100% range on the HPDR in the 6 month, and that move to the downside will bring you down to somewhere around roughly $5 and like $5.50, maybe $5.80 for a higher low. That's significant move down from where we are now. It's like a 50% move down. Grind out a higher low somewhere around this zone while the HPDR ranges can step up, put in some hidden bullish divergence, and then continue upwards from there. And what lines up with that is basically all of your time frames are now aligning to the downside with your quarterly above the 100%, putting in bearish divergence on the 2-week, with even the 4-hour now starting to flip to the downside, making it very likely you will, even if you get a move up from here, you very likely you will not break somewhere around $13, and you're just going to continue down until you fill that condition of closing below that 100% on the HPDR. And the invalidation is basically just getting a tick above our current highs at $15.99. That'll give us another busting action move to somewhere around like 18 to 20 bucks, and then above there is somewhere around the $30 zone, which I don't think is going to happen based off of just simple probabilities.
Yeah. I know that you're doing something, Alex, but if you want to jump in so that you can finish before the 4 hours, and then I'll finish both, or if not, I'll just hop in.
Sweet. No, let's run that.
Sweet.
Okay. So yeah, FFAI is a pretty easy one too. I mean, I don't even know when we were looking at it, honestly. It must have been here, around here.
Yeah.
Okay, so that makes more sense. So
I'll handle the Spanish analysis for this one. Abajo.
Excellent fucking job. Excellent
and that's it.
job.
There we go. Yeah. No, I mean, really, we were getting bullish on the fact that, okay, for the first time, we've reclaimed the monthly 5, maybe an objective to the $17 region. This is a major range. And we've also just been having downside only for many, many months. Now, we did get a nice move up. And from that region here, I mean, you went up 78%, and then you even had like a nice retest, went up 50%. But what you notice is just these rallies weren't sustained, and even more so, you just weren't able to take out the previous wick highs that we were looking at. Going to the bi-monthly, you just see how important it was for FFAI specifically to take out January's wick high. So not being able to, having this bi-monthly closing in 4 days and this just being in a breakdown is a major concern, because the last time you literally broke under this 150, 160 meme line, this led to a terrible bi-monthly where you just dumped 43%, forming that 52-week low. So for me, I mean, the hopium is that, okay, at this point, you're going to go down, maybe down to like $1, and it will bounce. But at that, I mean, if we're already all the way down to like $1, and we know this low is really trying to solidify some kind of bottom, you do have to be concerned here with this possibly being a major bi-monthly lower high, and maybe another lower lows brewing here. Implications for this low not holding. Oh, yeah. So the quarterly also put in a massive topping candle, massive shooting star. And so usually upon these, you get follow through. They have 2 months to go, which, you know, tells me end of year really is when this could start coming down. Now we have an easy gauge here though. If we go back to the monthly, all you need to do as a bull is just get back above $2. So you're only at 150. I mean, I say that only, but really it was a pretty deep sell-off, 26%. But really though, this could into maybe the end of the month get back above 156 range here for a little bit. If not, rejecting the 5 can just go up to $2 and test again, because you did deviate it. And so if it wanted to be dirty, it could do this and then reject down, or just simply find resistance here and find rejection into next month at 156 and come down towards $1. Not really seeing too much upside potential on this anymore. And really my criteria was, if you're going to stay above the monthly 5, you can be bullish. You're not now above the monthly 5, and even more so, you're rejecting it and just at the extremity low here. where each and every time we've lost this 156, it's just led to really bad times for bulls. 156 loss, rallied up, rejected, came down to $1 in 1 week. Boom. Okay. 156 loss, rejected, came up, rejected the 9 and also that 156 region before then slow grinding down to actually lower than $1, 85 cents. So here we are again. Broke down, rejected, even finding resistance on the weekly 5. And you're still under that 156. So if you can just see, I mean, often it is just a bad time. So I don't think it's bullish now. I think it was a few months ago when you had that, 2x move. Now what I'm looking for is a move down to $1 and possibly a new 52-week low, or at least testing very close to this 89-cent region. And that's not really a good sign when you're at $1.50. So like that's like 33% potentially, just on the low end. But you can quickly see if you do end up breaking out, reclaiming that EMA 9 on the weekly, and actually pressing up towards $2. Okay, yeah, that's when we can start actually talking about higher, like maybe $3, going up to $3.60. And at that point, you start taking out this high that was formed in December 2024. Yeah, you get some pretty epic ranges just on the moving averages. Like what we observed here was just the 34 was at $8. You go to the monthly 9 and it's sitting at $17, which has not been tested in a very long time here. But it did get tested. It was a 400% to the monthly 9. That was our like bullish hopium when we were looking at this a few months ago. Wish it would have worked out. That would have been nice. But also would have been insane. And why would this rally, multiple hundreds of percents, 700%? So if you're, investing in this, buying in this, understand that what you saw the last 3 months ago really, in my opinion, didn't change anything. It couldn't even get it past the previous major lower high on like the bi-monthly. And so that's a major concern when now you're at 150, you're breaking the 156, you're getting a bi-monthly close in 4 days. And we know just very simply last bi-monthly losing 156 led to a 40% pullback. So at that point, you have to be very concerned. I would not be longing this. Your hopium is that maybe in the bi-monthly close, you hold 156 and then you can move up to $2. But even, so this is still a deviation. And so you wouldn't just be looking at this, you'd then be looking something like this to play out. Rallies up and then rejects. And this would be generous to bulls. I don't think you're really going to break $2 again. And I really don't think you're going to see $3.50 for a while. Now, I could be pleasantly wrong on that, but just don't think so. Nothing's telling me this is going to go on a major busting action move to the upside anymore. Maybe the daily? No. I just at the SMA 200. It's terrible. Sitting at 157. It's insane. I'm trying to see when was the last time we tested it. Good Lord. Here in 2023 when it was sitting at 4,600. Huh. So GG bulls, you finally have moved it to $1.57, which just lines up with the meme line. It's terrible. So now you finally have tested it. You've lost it, rejected it, came up. So just more reason on why you have an easy gauge here. If you reclaim 156, okay, argument then to maybe test that $2 zone. Till then, though, this is very bad. And as long as you're under 156 or just the daily SMA 200, you're not allowed to be bullish on this at all. And I just showed on the macro, the monthly, bi-monthly, quarterly, weekly, 2 week, but even the daily here is just not really looking good. Let's see the 4 hour maybe. Okay, so 4 hour isn't a buy, but still you have meme line resistance and also the 4 hour EMA 100. Which mind you, hasn't been tested since this breakdown, which gave you a 41% on the 4 hour. pretty absurd. So if you just end up rejecting 156 and coming down, it'll just cause the 4-hour EMA 100 to line up closer to the daily SMA 200. So not a good chart. I'd watch for $1 into the end of the year. Only way to avoid that is reclaiming $2. Get above $2, that'll be good. It's not so back, but it'll be good. But for now, this is literally just looking like it's about to break down into November, December, and I honestly don't think this low is going to hold. And I don't need to think anything. We can just quickly go here. See, yeah, this isn't a massive downtrend on the quarterly. And so this ideally now turns into the lower low break, which just simply could mean you're going to break 83 cents. So if you go to 82, 81, it's fine, but that's still a lower low for me. And let me just see real fast here. Weekly here, you're even getting a confluence. Weekly median gets lost. You will just aggressively drop to 95 cents and possibly lower. Look at this. Bi-weekly median gets lost. Drop to 86 cents. There's your lower low almost. And monthly, honestly, is, yeah, I don't know how much data you have on this chart. I think since 2022, 2021, it's a little bit. But even just it testing the top side of the 38.2%, assuming this doesn't shift at all, that's like 57 cents. So really not a good chart here at all. So I would be very cautious of this. Understand $2 is the spot. And below 156, you're just in breakdown environment.
Yes, indeed, senor. Thank you so much. Anything else you boys like to add before you go and run for the hills right now?
Nothing on my part, honestly. Great stream, and just pay attention to the Discord. Barnes been posting some good stuff there.
All right. Mr. Farhano?
Keep watching the alerts page in case anything else is posted. TP1 has been hit on the long. Now we're looking for TP2. Inshallah, it'll get hit. And Mazel Tov on the TP1.
Let's go. Perfect.
There we go.
Great job, boys. Thank you so much for everything. You guys have a nice day.
Coach
Yeah,
Coach Loco will
boys.
rest before going to restaurant tonight. Hasta luego.
Enjoy, Coach Loco. Hasta luego.
Night,
Thank
boys.
you. Thank you, Alex. Vale, voy a ver rapidísimo. Voy a empezar con FFAI y después nos vamos a Fannie Mae en putiza. Esta es una acción que agarramos en el pompazo, pero no vendimos y nos la comimos, como siempre, que fue justamente esta zona la que nos hizo enamorarnos de ella. Llegó hasta los 3.60, después otra vez a los 3 y ahora estamos en $1.50, siendo rechazados por el S&P 200 justamente en esta zona y el promedio del 34 y ahora cayendo. Lo único que... Perdón, tragué saliva chueco. Lo único que tenemos que hacer en este momento para que esta tabla se vuelva bajista es perder la línea meme, en donde está justamente ahorita. Voy a empezar rápido con la trimestral. Para todos los que no sepan, esta chingadera estaba cotizando en $198,000 y ahorita está en $1.51. Alguien preguntó en el E-Trading Academy que si podemos dar un comentario de esto. Esta empresa es una estafa. Es todo lo que es. Es una estafa y lo hemos dicho 1,000,000 de veces, mis estimados. Así que es tal cual lo que es. Este jueves tenemos clase, mi Ramón, claro que sí. Ya sabes que uno sí, uno no. Solamente me equivoqué una vez y llegué tarde. Elías, bla, bla, bla. Ok, perfecto. Entonces, esta empresa de coches eléctricos, Faraday Futures, que ahora es FFAI, es completamente una estafa. Para que lo sepan, no es una acción de meme, no tiene nada de valor dentro de ella. Vamos a la mensual para que podamos ver esto más de cerca. Todo esto es una cascada en picada, ¿ok? Entonces, no crean que estoy ignorando toda la tabla, es simplemente una de las peores tablas del planeta, sobre todo ahora, que ya ni siquiera pudimos llevarnos esto. Pueden ver exactamente, caímos acá, y ahora esto se convirtió en resistencia. Tuvimos los fake outs a la alza, nos rechaza, tenemos una vela topera con instantáneamente follow through, cerrando por debajo del promedio del 9 en la mensual, y además también ahora regresando al promedio del 9 a rechazar, que está en los 1.51. Otra cosa a notar, estamos en el punto más bajo de volatilidad en toda la historia de esta cosa. No sé qué significa, si esto es lo que lo va a ayudar a ir a cero o si esto es lo que lo va a catapultar para arriba. Pero tienes este mínimo. Ahora que lo estoy viendo, esto es un hombro, cabeza, hombro. Y lo que tienes que hacer para poder romper ese hombro, cabeza, hombro es esto. Poder ganarle a eso. Y se ve difícil. Ahora, en esta madre yo puse como $100, fue un pedazo. Y siempre en estas acciones de meme no le pongo más. No importa, güey, hubieras metido más. Me da igual, lo hago nada más por jugar y no me gusta perder dinero, honestamente, en pendejadas. Prefiero regalarlo o gastármelo en estupideces que mínimo pueda tocar. Pero esto es literalmente una de las peores tablas que existen. Tenemos el fondo acá y lo único que tienes esperanza en es este patrón de te llevas el mínimo y olvídalo en todo sentido. No hay nada que rescatar de esta tabla. Voy a ponerlo así perfectamente para que se vea bien, que una vez que te lleves los 82 centavos, 82.90, vas a ir a probablemente cero. No tengo idea, pero cero es lo que yo me imaginaría si sigue. 2 semanas está volatilidad contrayendo. Ve la topera, seguimiento, y ahora estás cayendo por debajo del promedio del 9, debajo del promedio del 5, hiciste un alto más bajo que acá. La única esperanza que tienen todos es que este haya sido el bajo y ahora vayas a hacer un alto. Pero hay muchas cosas que tienes que enfrentarte a antes de poder hacer eso. Eh, Semanal, tienes volatilidad expandiendo, pero está yéndose de lado junto con el precio, en realidad nada por ahí. Estás por debajo del promedio del 9, estás por debajo del promedio del 21 y lo único que te está aguantando es el promedio del 5. Esta es una tabla también bajista. Lo único que tienes de esperanza es que ya hiciste este bajo. Si este bajo te lo llevas en los 1.26, ¿cuál es exactamente? Low, 1.27. Si vas por debajo de 1.27, muy probablemente este alto más bajo va a llevarte a hacer un bajo más bajo y es lo que te lleve por debajo de esto. 2 días, también volatilidad nula, preparando un movimiento. Aquí tenemos que poner atención a estos movimientos. ¿Por qué todas las tablas tienen movimientos de volatilidad, no? Setups de volatilidad tan grandes. Porque o nos vamos todos al cielo o el mercado va a valer verga. ¿Ok? No hay que ser un genio para entender eso. Vienen movimientos agresivos en todas las tablas, o es muy para arriba o muy para abajo. En todo el mercado lo puedes ver. Así que muy interesante esos movimientos por ahora. Vamos a ver a dónde van. Diaria, tienes volatilidad también haciendo un setup. Y ahora, atentos acá. Perdimos el SMA 200, ¿no? Que es lo que habíamos retomado acá que nos volvió alcistas. Al perder este SMA 200, veniste, lo retesteaste. Ya ni lo retesteaste y esta vez va a depender completamente de esto. Si no puedes romper los 1.58 acá a la alza para empezar, después llevarte el 1.68 y después el 1.92 e ir por encima de $2, esta chingadera es completamente bajista. ¿Dónde hay un trade acá? Honestamente no hay todavía, porque tu movimiento tal cual de donde estás, si caes y te lo llevas es 15% a la baja. Y para invalidar la parte alta, 11%. Estás en medio de los dos. Entonces, aquí es lo que tienes que ver. Si vas para arriba, yo vería, puedes hacer un intento de corto acá en los 11.64 y invalidarlo con este wick, ¿no? Sería algo que podría funcionarte. O si esta chingadera llega a bajar más o menos por esta zona, sí, de los 1.37, o sea, este mínimo, poner tu orden acá de long y salirte en los 1.33. Esas son las únicas dos cosas que estoy viendo por acá, pero sí se ve del culo esto y pues ni modo, perdí mis $100 muy probablemente. Que no voy a poder dormir por meses, ¿no? FNMA era lo que era, ¿no? Fannie Mae. Vamos a Fannie Mae en putiza, bueno, a su tabla. No creo que me dejen entrar a las oficinas sin tener una cita. Ok, ahí está, Fannie Mae. Fannie Mae es una tabla impresionante y yo literalmente pondría todo. Este es el hombro, cabeza, hombro más fuerte de toda la historia. Vean cómo destruyó esto. La de 6 meses, cabrones. Yo no me molestaría. Esta es una tabla que ha existido desde 1970, una de las tablas más viejas de toda la historia. Y pueden ver por qué es importante este punto, el de los 10.39. La razón por qué es porque aquí abajo pueden ver que funcionó como resistencia y después se volvió soporte para todo este movimiento. Y cuando bajamos una vez más y lo perdimos, eso fue lo que nos llevó literalmente de vuelta a, en realidad hicimos nuevos mínimos. Y ahora, lo que quiero que vean acá es, este es tu promedio, este es literalmente el 2008. Han pasado casi 20 años para poder retomar este nivel. Entonces, de lo que estás viendo ahorita, y además tienes volatilidad expandiendo ante este movimiento y puede pintar extremos, puede continuar definitivamente. En la trimestral, un poco de lo mismo. Lo que me hace pensar es, este movimiento tan fuerte puede tranquilamente darnos esto. Si perdemos el promedio del 100 trimestral, deberíamos de poder tener un movimiento. Tienes que tener un bajo más alto. ¿Por qué? Lo alcista de esta tabla es que ya te llevaste todos estos altos, ¿no? De 10 años. Por 10 años ya los por casi 20 años ya los barriste todo. ¿Cuál es tu siguiente objetivo? El que está aquí, esta vela, en casi $20. La cosa es, antes de esto hiciste este mínimo y ahora hiciste este máximo. ¿Qué es lo que sigue después de ser un alto más alto? Un bajo más alto. ¿Dónde te va a dar el bajo más alto? Y es aquí lo que nosotros tenemos, posibilidades para ustedes. Uno, el primero y el sencillo, que yo no creo sea tan fácil. Acá, la zona de los 10.30. Zona de los 10.31 sería para agregar. La que personalmente creo tiene más sentido es esta. La zona de los 6.30, que es también lo que decía Farhan. Vamos a ver la mensual, a ver cómo se ve esto, a ver si nos dice un poco más. También volatilidad contrayendo, tenemos una vela topera, pero esto no tiene cara que lo quiera confirmar. Faltan 4 días y 3 horas para cerrar, siempre y cuando Fannie Mae cierre por encima de $11.05, no debería de tomar efecto esta vela topera. Ahora, lo importante es, este promedio del 200 lo perdimos hace casi 20 años. Lo volvimos a retomar. Tienes que venir a retestear todas las zonas que no pudiste junto con el promedio del 100. Y estas por ahora van a estar en 420. Ese sería tu último extremo. Esta línea meme sería el último extremo para agregar. Personalmente, yo esperaría a este de en medio, el de acá, entre los 7.55 y 5.90. Este sería mi gallo a esperar. Yo esperaría que aquí hiciera un bajo más alto y pueda continuar. Porque pues ya, si hiciste este bajo, pues ya literalmente, bueno, romperías tendencia en la mensual, pero en realidad no, porque continuarías haciendo en total bajos más altos, ¿no? En la gran fotografía de todo. 2 semanas que tenemos por acá. Volatilidad cayendo agresivamente, el promedio del 9 nos está aguantando y es por eso el promedio del 21 estaría por acá y el promedio del 55 más o menos por acá. En la semanal, el promedio del 100 sería por acá, el promedio del 34 sería por acá y no hemos tocado el 34, lo que me dice 10.30, primera buena zona y segunda, esto sería bastante exagerado en mi opinión, si se llega a dar los 6.60, pero todo se puede. No lo hemos retesteado desde que lo rompimos a la alza. Así que ahí tienen lo de Fannie Mae también, que se ve muy bien. Y estaríamos mal si nos llevamos estos mínimos de los 4.86 para abajo. Si bajas de 4.86, olvídalo, este fue el tope y ahora pues otros 20 años de comer pito, ¿no? Como Fannie. No. Igual y Fannie acaba siendo un cabrón, ¿no? Y yo acá diciendo puras cosas que me van a hacer quedar mal, brother. No tengo ni idea. Pero pues vamos a ver. Una vez más, voy a regresar con todos ustedes de una. Pues ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Ahí tienen todas nuestras tablas. Claramente existe la posibilidad de que todo pase en este momento con setups de volatilidad potentes en todas las tablas y que todavía no nos dicen a qué dirección va. Algo que les quería enseñar rápido es para que le hablen a su Paco favorito y le agradezcan, es esta tabla de Nvidia. ¿Por qué? Porque se acuerdan que Jeff Bezos les dijo que la inteligencia artificial está en una burbuja, está ahí buscando hacer un alto histórico otra vez. A nada. Esta es la vela, después de la vela que hizo el alto histórico, esta es la segunda más alta. Pero pues Jeff Bezos me dijo que ya era el tope de esto, de la inteligencia artificial. Vamos a ver AMD. También Jeff Bezos me dijo que era el tope de la inteligencia artificial. ¿Me entienden? Solamente la única razón por la que les digo esto es para que aprendan a reconocer este tipo de cosas que hacen. Salen a decirte, no, es que Jeff Bezos sí dijo que es una burbuja de inteligencia artificial. Todos los pacos lo repiten y todos nos lo creemos. Y en eso, ¿qué habíamos dicho? Inteligencia artificial tiene que subir todavía más. Y ahora no estamos diciendo que se vea 4,000 millones de dólares, todo eso. No, pero simplemente cosas sencillas es lo que estamos viendo ocurrir acá. Ahora, para todo el mundo en el trade de que el oro ya valió madres y ahora vamos a dejar que Bitcoin corra. Güey, el oro vino justamente a su línea de soporte, tal cual como está pintado en la tabla. Esta es una tabla semanal y pueden ver que está aguantando perfecto. Primero lo hizo acá, luego acá y ahora acá. Entonces, ya saben, yo ni fan ni no del oro me da completamente igual. Tengo mis moneditas y mis cadenitas de naco de oro. Es todo. Lo único que estamos viendo en el mercado es esto. Es tiempo para respirar. Y es por eso que tenemos todos los setups acá listos de volatilidad con todo. Literalmente, los bonos también pueden ver acá en la semanal, 2 semanas que están a punto de reventar el de 2 semanas, mensual, estás ya pintando la volatilidad nula. No lo habías hecho desde el 2005. Solamente han pasado 20 años desde la última vez que viste esto en esta tabla. La trimestral solamente han pasado desde 1990, solamente 35 años desde que viste esto en esta tabla. 6 meses, ¿qué tenemos en la de 6 meses? Estamos en extremos, estamos hasta acá arriba en la de 6 meses. Así que es algo que nunca habíamos visto, bueno, no habíamos visto hace 30, 20 años en la tabla de, ¿cómo se llama? De los bonos. Acá en nuestra tabla del dólar, estás yendo en el trimestral al punto más bajo de la tabla en casi toda la historia. Abajo el 15% lo ha hecho muy pocas veces. 2014, 2021. Vamos a ver, mensual. Puedes ver que está reventando a la alza y ahora se está dando la vuelta. 2 semanas. Está preparando el setup de volatilidad más potente desde el 2020. Semanal. Tenemos un setup de volatilidad muy potente que no habíamos visto desde literalmente el 2019-2020. Lo puedes ver acá. Y pues sí, están, les digo, algo, sea como sea lo que pensemos, seamos alcistas o bajistas, claramente va a venir un movimiento muy brusco a la alza o a la baja. Y tienes que ponerle a todas tus tablas, porque si estos movimientos que estamos viendo en todos lados son tan grandes, vamos a ponerle 50%, ¿no? De precio. Y preguntarte, ¿qué es lo que va a hacer que haga esto que suba o qué es lo que va a hacer que esto baje? Solamente para ayudar a tu análisis, ¿no? No te estoy diciendo ni siquiera si es bajista, si es alcista o no. Y para la gente que en cripto, darles un poco de contexto. Bitcoin no ha dejado de subir desde finales del 2023, 24, 25, ya va por ahí de a 3 años. Solana, ¿no? Que todo el mundo dice, no hubo alt season. Solana vino de 8 dólares a $300. XRP volvió a ser máximos históricos. No, lo que pasa es que todos estamos esperando que todo lo mismo ocurra una y otra y otra y otra vez. Solamente quiero dar ese contexto de que no es, no ha faltado algo, lo hemos visto todo. Ahora, ¿puede continuar si estos setups de volatilidad sean a la alza? Sí, bien, pero definitivamente ya vimos alt season, también tuviste monedas como Render y todas estas pendejas monedas en Solana que subieron un chingo, también lo vimos hace 2 años, hace un año. Todo esto ya lo vimos. Entonces, yo creo que tranquilos esperando a ver para dónde va esto, porque viene el anuncio de la Reserva Federal de bajar tipos, que no es tan importante. Yo creo que lo importante es cuando la gente se dé cuenta lo de la inflación. Cuando la gente se dé cuenta del daño de que va a causar esto a lo que se llama, al empleo que ahorita, vamos a decir, el daño causado al empleo, simplemente, ¿por qué? Porque si Target, porque si Porsche, porque si Tesla, porque si Lucid, porque si Amazon, todos tienen menos ganancias, lo primero que van a hacer es despedir a la gente. Cuando tienes menos ganancias, despides a toda la gente y esa gente no tiene dinero de por sí ya estando en un ambiente como en el que estamos. Ya no es inflacionario, pero los precios pues, continúan mucho más arriba que antes, de acuerdo a cuánto dinero tiene la gente, y eso es lo que los está destruyendo. Todo va a estar en descuento, todos ellos se van a pelear por descuentos y descontar más y más. Ahorita mi mujer, antes de empezar esto, me mandó, para que no crean que estoy mamando, en una de las tiendas que compra ropa, 40% de descuento. Me lo mandó ahorita porque ella me mandó una foto, fue una agencia de BMW, bueno, no, iba manejando por una agencia de BMW por donde vivimos y tienen una venta de 72 horas de liquidación. La Porsche que está por acá en la casa también tiene venta de liquidación, todo. Los comerciales que les enseñé, a cierto punto eso tiene que jugar. Ahora, ¿lo va a hacer antes o después de los ceros? No tengo ni puta idea. Yo estoy jugando tal cual como se los he dicho. Soy completamente transparente con ustedes y espero que mi jugada salga. Y si no sale, pues reajustaremos y vemos qué es lo que vamos a hacer. Pero por ahora pinta bien. Así que paciencia es lo que todos necesitamos en estos momentos, sea para el lado que sea, porque en realidad todo el mercado simplemente se está yendo de lado. Menos inteligencia artificial, que Jeff Bezos te dijo que era una burbuja y luego tu Paco favorito lo reinforzó en ti. Qué culero es esto, qué culero es esto. Pero mientras, por ahora, voy a mantener un ojo en el dólar, voy a mantener un ojo en los bonos, voy a mantener un ojo en todas mis acciones favoritas que tengan los ceros de volatilidad más grandes. Alguien me preguntó qué es lo que había dicho de Tesla. Lo de Tesla es sencillo, damas y caballeros. En Tesla, Elon Musk tiene su paquete de compensación que va a ser votado el 6 o el 9 de noviembre, ¿no? Para que le den su trillón de dólares o la cantidad de dinero que es completamente ridícula, pero bien por Elon, no estoy diciendo que no se lo merece, simplemente es ridículo la cantidad de dinero. Lo que yo estoy diciendo es, cuando Elon tenga ya el paquete aprobado, sea aquí, acá, acá o en donde sea, ahí es donde se va a dar la vuelta a este pedo. Porque piénsenlo, ¿cómo le estarían? Y una vez más, pueden decir que estoy loco y está perfecto, ya lo saben, estoy completamente loco. El mercado no se mueve por noticias, el mercado no se mueve porque nosotros vendemos. El mercado está hecho completamente falso y nos hace pensar que se mueve de acuerdo a lo que vemos, ¿ok? Ahora tú dime, esto está aquí arriba. Ahora que Elon está esperando su paquete de compensación, cuando Rivian está aquí en la mierda, ¿no? Lo pueden ver aquí abajo. Cuando Lucid está en la mierda, lo pueden ver aquí abajo. Cuando Porsche acaba de tener unos reportes trágicos, Tesla está aquí arriba porque Elon necesita que todos estén contentos para que le aprueben sus trillón de dólares, que por cierto es también un show. Y una vez aprobado, ya esto se va a dar la vuelta atrapando a toda esta gente que está acá. Eso es lo que yo pienso. Ahora, hay continuación, nos trepamos por encima de esto y luego por encima del máximo histórico y empezamos a cerrar acá, les diría que cambio de opinión. Pero por ahora, el movimiento que dio a la alza ya lo dio y volatilidad está contrayendo en la semanal. La de 2 semanas continúa empujando para arriba, para que lo tengan aquí bien monitoreado. Mensual está por debajo del promedio, está intentando romper por encima y trimestral viene también por encima expandiendo. Aquí lo que esperamos es la diaria. La diaria es la que está pendiente de esta explosión de volatilidad y esta probablemente es la que nos va a llevar a todos lados. Pero recuerden, en Bitcoin se las puse fácil a ustedes por acá. 2 semanas. Para el 10 de noviembre, y esto es lo que habíamos puesto, para el 10 de noviembre deberíamos de llegar a los 121 y para el 15 de diciembre estar por ahí de los 97. ¿Por qué? Porque esto sigue los patrones de esos wikazos que les había enseñado y simplemente estoy probando a ver si los tiempos se vuelven a repetir o son similares. Hasta ahora vamos bien. Pero vamos a mantener un ojo en todas estas diferentes cosas, porque hay, ahora que sea el movimiento grande, si es para, y ahora, por cierto, si los movimientos grandes se dan para arriba es la cosa más fácil, solamente compras las acciones. Si se dan para abajo, ahí es donde muchos de ustedes van a estar en pedos que no tradeen en futuros, porque van a tener que usar opciones. Y opciones necesitas también ponerle timing y todo esto. Entonces, ahí es donde se complica más la cosa. Pero si el movimiento es para arriba, lo único que tienes que hacer es comprar acciones y criptos y todas estas cosas. Si el movimiento es para abajo y no estás usando exchanges de futuros como nosotros, etcétera, pues te quedarás un poco fuera del movimiento, pero la buena noticia es, cuando encuentres suelo este pedo, puedes comprar para después aprovechar la apreciación. Entonces, hay para todo el mundo para hacer dinero de todas formas. No se trata de estar bien o mal, es simplemente continuar estos movimientos y ver para dónde va la cosa. Y ya, es todo. Y con eso los dejo el día de hoy. Vamos a ver cómo nos va en este ayuno de 5 días que me voy a reventar. Probablemente, y se los había dicho antes, no vaya a hacer más videos que estos. Y obviamente tengo la clase el jueves con todos ustedes de Elite Trading Academy para cualquier pregunta que tengan de sus técnicas de trading, de lo que están aprendiendo por acá con nosotros, o cualquier cosa que no entiendan. Los veo el jueves. Pero fuera de eso, yo creo que tal vez no tenga energía para, ¿cómo se llama? Para estar aquí todo el tiempo, no sé. Y les voy a decir por qué, no tanto por la comida, sino porque voy a dejar de fumar juca en sí, y eso me imagino que me va a poner de un humor de la verga. Y también por eso es que lo estoy haciendo. Así que vamos a ver cómo nos va. Y ya. Les mando un fuerte abrazo a todos. Gracias por estar aquí conmigo este lunes. Pórtense muy bien y pues nos vemos en la próxima. Pórtense muy bien. Pero si no, pues me hablan y me invitan.